Good morning. Could I get everyone to start settling down in your seats, please? Good morning. We're going to start in 3 to 5 minutes. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and news editor at One News. The honor today. This is a conference that I've been looking forward to being part of for a while now because it's one of those topics that, on the face of it, look and sound technical and complicated, but at the core of it, speaks to something very human, which is, can we still trust and believe everything we see, read, and hear? That's certainly a question we grapple with every day in the media. Just give me 1 second whilst I get the names in order. So on behalf of the Strat-Based Institute and the Embassy of Canada, let me formally welcome you to the second day of our conference titled Navigating Digital Crossroads, Advancing Cybersecurity and Democratic Resilience in the Indo-Pacific. This is a hybrid event, of course, so thank you very much to everyone in the room who made the effort to be here with us today in person. Also, those joining us via Zoom and via Facebook Live. Yesterday, we laid the groundwork by addressing the technical and strategic defenses required in this digital age. We assessed the cybersecurity landscape and confronted the hard realities of hybrid warfare and cyber espionage. We also examined the complex webs of cybercrime, from the illicit operations of POGOs to financial schemes, and underscored the growing risks to our national security and economic stability. Today, we are going to pivot to a different yet equally critical battlefield, the integrity of our information system. As we move forward, our focus is going to shift to what's known as FIMI, Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference, and its corrosive effects on democratic resilience. I suppose one way to look at it would be, yesterday you talked about enemies that you can easily name, hackers and cyber criminals and state-sponsored actors. And today's threat is more insidious. They're not going to be breaking into your systems, they're going to be getting into your heads. So we're here to explore how we can counter disinformation, promote media integrity, and protect our electoral processes. Because securing our democracy requires more than just firewalls. It demands transparency, education, and strong regional cooperation. And with that, let me also acknowledge the presence of some of our leaders and partners who have joined us this morning. We are honored to have a number of members from the diplomatic community, Mr. Danilo Dovko-Borets, Deputy Head of Mission for the Embassy of Sweden in the Philippines. Where are you, sir? There you are. Mr. Geir Michelson, Deputy Head of Mission, Norwegian Embassy in the Philippines. Ms. Eva Tenzin, also Deputy Head of Mission, this time for the Embassy of the Czech Republic in the Philippines. Ms. Vera Karela, she's also Deputy Head of Mission for the Embassy of Finland, this time in the Philippines. Mr. Dragan Barbotuvsky, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Republic of Slovenia in Manila. And Mr. Keith Sugiyama, Chargé d'Affaires, Embassy of Palau in the Philippines. We also have representatives from Malaysia, France, Taiwan, Japan, the United Kingdom, and also Italy. And we are also going to be honored to have with us members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and of course the Philippine Coast Guard. Okay, now to formally kick off today's program, please help me welcome warmly the Director of the Rapid Response Mechanism of the Government of Canada. Let's give a warm round of applause to Mr. Salyu Babu.
Ambassador Hartman, Professor Manhit, representatives, honored guests, colleagues, good morning, bonjour, kumustaka. My name is Salyu Babu, and I'm the Director of Global Affairs Canada Rapid Response Mechanism and Chair of the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism. Thank you for the kind invitation to speak with you today. Thank you as well to our co-host, the Strat-Based Institute. I'm pleased to be in the Indo-Pacific region once again, a region that Canada recognizes as the epicenter of a generational global shift. You are likely aware that in November 2022, the Indo-Pacific strategy to ensure Canada is better equipped to respond to the region's growing importance. Strategy positions the Philippines. Thank you, that's much better. I don't have to crouch. This strategy positions the Philippines. Oh, there's a lot of feedback. Can you turn this one off? Thank you. This strategy. This strategy positions the Philippines as one of the most important partners in the region. Since its launch, our cooperation with the Philippines has only intensified, particularly to promote peace, resilience, and security. We signed a memorandum of understanding to share cutting-edge Canadian technology, the Dark Vessel Detection, or DVD program, to combat illegal fishing towards maritime security. In the region more broadly, we have also deployed our first digital cyber attachés to advance our shared objectives of bolstering cybersecurity and safeguarding against foreign interference. We have also launched the BlackBerry Cybersecurity Center of Excellence in Malaysia, and our Prime Minister has recently committed to its expansion through additional funding to help train the next generation of cyber defenders. These are but a few examples of how we are strengthening our engagement with the Philippines and Indo-Pacific to enhance cybersecurity and counter foreign interference. Today, I am here to share with you Canada's efforts to counter foreign information manipulation and interference in a very turbulent time. First, I would like to speak to the current moment we are facing and how Canada is navigating this complex issue in times of great power rivalry. Second, using our recent 45th general election as an example, I will share some of Canada's experiences in safeguarding against FIMI. And third, I will advocate for the value of a whole of society approach. Let's begin with this complex moment in time. As our Prime Minister pointed out during his address at the World Economic Forum in Davos, every day we are reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading. Navigating the current turbulent geopolitical landscape means understanding that if we are not at the table, then we are on the menu. Like with so many other countries, Canada's economic prosperity is an element of national security. Accordingly, our government has been diversifying our partnerships by rebuilding our relationships with states in a manner of principled pragmatism. This means having guardrails in place for Canada to chart a path forward. It means remaining clear-eyed about the threats we face from various sources as we continue to seek to combat and mitigate these threats. It also means recognizing that the world is changing and Canada needs to diversify its relationships in trade and other areas. These positions are not contradictory. They are required to protect our national interests in these turbulent times. This era of great power rivalry extends beyond geopolitics. In the face of an ever-changing technological landscape, we must balance our values for transparency and openness with the need to protect our national security interests. We often find ourselves facing these complexities when addressing foreign interference. We know that we may not agree on every subject with everyone, but having stable, open channels better allow us to address these kinds of issues. Like the Philippines, Canada is concerned about increasingly sophisticated, persistent, pervasive foreign interference activities in the digital ecosystem. We all know too well the ways that cognitive spaces have been co-opted as a battlefield. You may also be familiar with how this takes shape in Canada. Much like the Philippines, FIMI typically targets our political systems and institutions, economy, foreign policy, military capabilities, and social cohesion, as well as those of its partners, which means Canada and the Philippines have something else in common. This threat is a significant risk to our sovereignty and to our national security. There is so much we can learn from each other. We know that the Philippines is often ground zero for actors to test their tactics before using them in Canada and elsewhere. I spend a great deal of my time as head of RM Canada on these issues. If you're not already familiar, RM Canada has three main parts to our remit. We monitor Canadian interest and lead the Government of Canada's response in this space. So we are policy shop to have operational capacity to monitor these threats in real time. We also support Canada's international engagement to counter foreign state-sponsored information operations, in our role as permanent secretariat to the G7 response mechanism. And finally, we bolster Canada's electoral integrity as part of security and intelligence threats to elections task force, which includes monitoring all of our federal general elections, including our most recent general election in the spring of 2025. During these elections, we've detected several instances of coordinated and inauthentic behavior linked to malign state actors and chose to disclose 2 of these incidents publicly. So this was a signal to the Canadian population that to raise awareness about these threats, but also a message to these state actors that we are watching this space. So there was a communication strategy. We organized technical briefings to the media. We engaged social media platforms, and we also conducted diplomatic démarches in that context. We also expected technological innovations such as AI to play a significant role in foreign interference attempt in our elections. We were ready for it. We had the tools to face this issue, and ultimately we were pleased that it didn't end up being a huge issue in the context of our elections. Of course, that doesn't mean that this will not be true in the future. These activities are increasingly leveraging AI to produce content of a salacious nature for discrediting targeted individuals. These AI-generated campaigns also often have a gender dimension, as women are more often targeted with degrading sexualized imagery. Everyone is vulnerable to this cognitive warfare. It will become increasingly difficult to see what is true and what is not. We all know that AI could be leveraged to generate fake images and videos, such as deepfakes. We also know that it could also leverage algorithms to amplify messages and content in inauthentic and coordinated way. This is what makes RM Canada's work so important, not only during the elections, but at all times. In the wake of these lessons and good practices, we are now turning our attention to the ways in which the information landscape continues to evolve, so that we are even more resilient in the future. While Canada is in a strong position to learn from our experiences and mature expertise, there remain significant challenges. For example, how will bot campaigns evolve, and what can Canada do to disrupt these information operations? As coordination across threat actors increases, how can we tighten up our respective efforts to counter these threats with our collective weight? In a quickly evolving threat landscape, how long will it take for our tools to become obsolete? These are questions that we may not have an immediate answer to, but must continue to face and resolve. Canada can learn a lot from the Philippines on the best approaches to do so. We must also stay savvy about what else may lie ahead. To wrap up, I'd like to echo, again, our Prime Minister's remarks. Canada has a recognition of what's happening and a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation. It calls for honesty about the world as it is. We know that enabling a strong public is the best defense against these emerging threats, but only when complemented by an equally resilient and nimble government. Our work enables and empowers Canada to continue stepping up to lead this work globally. But we know we can't do it alone. While Canada has a strong understanding of FIMI threats in general, we know that international cooperation strengthens our ability to meet this moment. In addition to speaking to the many experts in the room here today, we're also here to conduct a capacity building workshop with members of the government of the Philippines to exchange best practices in countering FIMI. This is hopefully just the beginning of our collaboration in this space. We look forward to joint initiatives and exercises to better understand FIMI in the Indo-Pacific and to counter them together. This conference is a testament of the importance of bilateral cooperation, and I look forward to continuing this conversation today. Thank you. Merci. Salamat po.
Unlike Mr. Babu, I do not have a height problem. But thank you for that wonderful keynote. I think you summed it up perfectly when you said everyone is vulnerable to this cognitive warfare, and that's why we're all here, aren't we? Okay, I'm gonna skip the photo at this point because we're missing one person, and moving straight on to the first panel of the forum. We keep bringing up the acronym FIMI, which is such a cute acronym for what it stands for. So let's try to delve into that and try to understand it better. This panel is going to try to deepen understanding of how FIMI operations manifest in the Philippines. It will examine the domains. I'm sorry, I'm just getting over a cold. The domains, channels, actors, and methods through which FIMI operations are conducted, including disinformation campaigns. I apologize for that. Including disinformation campaigns, influence networks, and United Front operations. The discussion will further examine the impacts of FIMI operations with particular attention to experiences from previous elections and the potential implications for the 2028 national elections in the Philippines, which apparently have kicked off. It will assess the country's current response capacity, including a review of existing and pending policy and legislative measures aimed at addressing FIMI. And without further ado, let me bring up our first speaker for this panel. We're talking to Assistant Director General for Planning and Knowledge Management, and also a spokesperson and the Cybersecurity Lead for the National Security Council. Please give a warm welcome to Assistant Director General Cornelio Valencia Jr. Oh, you've got, okay, he's going to give some remarks.
To Ambassador Hartman and to Professor Manhit, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning. Foreign interference, malign influence, and information are present in ways that often appear benign and harmless. They rarely announce themselves. They do not look hostile. Instead, they capitalize and enter quietly through relationships, narratives, incentives, and everyday decisions. One attacks our government system directly, the other corrupts the public mind. Both seek strategic advantage at the expense of democratic sovereignty. FIMI operation manifests itself through a wide spectrum of sophisticated and evolving tactics designed to manipulate public perception, distort national discourse, and weaken instead institutional resilience. FIMI reveals itself in creative ways, and forms like fake news, fabricated or distorted information designed to mislead and confuse the public and undermine trust in credible institutions. Deepfakes, AI generated, or video enabling deception at scale. Fear, and warmongering, manipulative amplification of conflict to incite panic, anger, and social division, creating a sense of futility, persistent narratives that portray change as impossible and action as pointless, defeated. There's also elite capture, the weaponization of values like utang na loob, and the exploitation of the concept of poverty, aimed to manipulate loyalties, normalize systemic inequality, and influence public behavior in ways that serve malign interests. And there are more. To implement and perpetuate these tactics, malign actors exploit both traditional and social media, using coordinated troll networks to generate noise and dilute the truth, while deploying proxies such as influential personalities, academics, experts, and popular content creators, simply to amplify and legitimize their narratives. To counter the complex and evolving threats posed by FIMI, democratic societies must adopt a comprehensive whole-of-nation strategy. This is a working draft of the National Security Council for FIMI resilience. First is strengthen societal and cognitive resilience through education and media literacy. Protect the information ecosystem through transparency, accountability, and robust oversight. Enhance detection and early warning against interference and influence operations. Strengthen trusted information channels. Safeguard elections and ecosystems of other institutions through cybersecurity and information integrity. Rebuild social cohesion and reduce polarization, and protect against emerging neurotechnologies and AI manipulation. Our shared task is not to limit engagement nor avoid it, but to build resilience needed to ensure that all our public discourse remains transparent, informed, and aligned with our national interests. Left unchecked, FIMI does not merely challenge our democratic processes. It reshapes them in ways that normalize manipulation, reward misinformation, and make societies increasingly dependent on narrative crafted by malign actors. Protecting the nation for these threats is not the sole responsibility of institutions. It is a collective mission of every citizen. As modern conflicts shift from physical domains to realm of perception and cognition, our greatest defense lies in an informed, vigilant, and resilient nation and people. One capable of recognizing manipulation, resisting division, and upholding the integrity of our democratic life. Learn boldly, think critically, stand together, defend the truth, own your role. Maraming salamat po.
This one? It's okay. No, it's okay. I'll just hold it. Thank you so much, ADG Valencia, for that compelling speech. You're absolutely right. Protecting against FIMI is not just any one institution's responsibility, it's all of ours. Okay, next up, we were supposed to have Rear Admiral Roy Vincent Trinidad. He's the spokesperson for he's the Philippine Navy spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea, I should say, except he got called away to an urgent meeting with the Defense Secretary. I mean, between the Secretary and us, I mean, I guess he had to choose the Secretary. So in his place, we are lucky to have today Captain Marisa Martinez. She is the spokesperson for the Philippine Navy and director of the Fleet Marine Warfare Center. So she has a lot to say about this too. And she will be delivering Rear Admiral Trinidad's, oh no, she's not. Okay, so come on up, Captain Martinez. Please give her a warm round of applause.
To Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit, the president of Stratbase Institute, good morning. And to our distinguished visitors, attendees virtually and here in this hall, a pleasant morning to everyone, to include the distinguished panels and speakers. It is my distinct honor and privilege to be here before you, but I would just like to emphasize that the presentation and the speech does not represent the views of the Philippine Navy. It is solely my own. Some slides here are from Admiral Trinidad, and the rest is mine. So to start off, we often think of threats to national security as visible and kinetic. Ships at sea, aircraft in contested airspace, or forces on the ground. But today, one of the most consequential threats operates quietly and persistently. The manipulation of information to shape perceptions, fracture trusts, and weaken democratic institutions from within. In the Philippines, where social media use is exponential, is among the highest in the world, and political discourse is vibrant and dynamic, the risk posed but foreign information manipulation and interference demand urgent attention. Next slide, please. Foreign information manipulation and interference describes the weaponization of the information environment to shape perceptions, influence public opinion, and weaken democratic resilience. It goes beyond the spread of false or misleading narratives. FIMI encompasses a coordinated set of tactics, techniques, and procedures designed to produce, disseminate, and amplify harmful or deceptive content. These operations are deliberate, strategic, and often conducted by foreign state actors or their proxies to exploit sensitive societal issues such as corruption, election, national identity, economic hardships, and disputes. The objective is not merely to persuade, but to sow division, erode trust in institutions, and weaken democratic values. FIMI operations in the Philippines. Foreign FIMI is now a persistent security challenge driven by the convergence of a mature domestic disinformation industry and increasingly sophisticated foreign operations, especially from China. These campaigns do not simply spread fake news, but systematically show how Filipinos interpret politics, foreign policy, and security issues, particularly the West Philippine Sea. While terms such as misinformation, disinformation, and fake news are frequently used, they do not fully encompass the breach of behaviors involved. FIMI is characterized by activities that are harmful, just like the previous slide, you have seen it, harmful, manipulative, coordinated, and intentional, often operating within legal gray areas. Unlike terrorist propaganda, which is clearly prohibited by law, FIMI typically relies on misleading or confusing content that may be technically lawful, but is deliberately crafted to distort perception. This ambiguity enables such operations to spread widely while avoiding legal penalties. It is its core, FIMI aims to undermine democratic processes, polarize societies, and weaken governance institutions. FIMI operations actors versus media, or credible news organizations and independent journalists. I would now talk about their tactics, techniques, and procedures. A weak, fragmented media ecosystem provides fertile ground for information manipulation. FIMI actors often attempt to discredit independent journalists, undermine credible news organizations, and flood the information environment with counterfeit sources. Journalism professionals may face harassment, legal pressure, or coordinated online attacks. As trust in professional journalism declines, citizens become more vulnerable to manipulation. Safeguarding independent, credible, and sustainable media is therefore vital to democratic resilience. FIMI operations employ a wide array of tools and techniques. Fabrication and impersonation are common tactics, including the creation of fake websites designed to mimic legitimate news outlets, impersonification of journalists or public institutions, and so-called pink sites that appear to be local news platforms but function as propaganda outlets. Artificial amplification is achieved through bot networks, fake accounts, and coordinated posting intended to manipulate platform algorithms and create the illusion of widespread agreement. Increasingly, artificial intelligence is used to generate synthetic content, including deepfake audio, video, automated commentary, and AI-generated news articles. Narrative engineering techniques exploit existing societal division, wrap falsehoods around kernels of truth, conceal authorship through fabricated personas, and rely on unwitting individuals to amplify misleading content. These campaigns often unfold over extended periods to gradually shape public attitudes. In Philippines, next slide please. Oh, this one. In the Philippines, the information environment is particularly vulnerable due to high social media usage, strong political polarization, and increased reliance on digital platforms for news consumption. Recent months have seen recurring waves of coordinated disinformation related to the West Philippine Sea, the economy, governance, and political personalities. Narratives portraying foreign security cooperation as a threat to national sovereignty, framing maritime tensions as fabricated or exaggerated, and amplifying divisive political messaging have circulated widely across social media platforms. Patterns of coordinated amplification, bot-like behavior, and synchronized messaging suggest organized campaigns rather than organic public discourse. The Philippines has also experienced the proliferation of content farms, troll networks, and algorithm-driven amplification of polarizing narratives. The shift toward short-form video platforms has accelerated the spread of emotionally charged content that often bypass verification standards. Misleading historical narratives, manipulated patriotic themes, and conspiracy claims have been deployed to reshape collective memory and influence political attitudes. Over time, such narratives can normalize distrust in institutions and reshape public perceptions of national security priorities. How is FIMI manifested? Since 2016, politically hired troll farms and paid cyber troops manage hundreds of Facebook pages and fake profiles to simulate content, domains, channels, and actors. Next slide, please. Digital platforms like Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, X are the main battle space where inauthentic networks use fake and AI-generated accounts to push anti-US and pro-China narratives while appearing Filipino and other false narratives. The West Philippine Sea. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The West Philippine Sea is a central flashpoint. Next slide, please. Where FIMI acts as fire support for gray zone operations. Pro-PRC media and networks invert the legal and historical narrative portraying the Philippines as an aggressor and the US pawn while depicting the BRP Sierra Madre as an illegitimate intrusion. Next slide, please. On elections, international monitoring organizations have identified a consistent pattern in how foreign actors target elections. Months before an election, threat actors establish distribution networks and begin seeding the divisive narratives into public discourse. They seek to influence information consumption habits, target candidates, and political trust in democratic institutions, disrupt elected-related infrastructure, and discourage citizens from participating in the voting process. As election day approaches, manipulation intensifies through sensational and emotionally charged content designed to confuse and overwhelm voters. During the election period itself, misleading claims and fabricated incidents spread rapidly to create doubt and suppress public confidence. After the elections, actors frequently question the legitimacy of the results and amplify narratives of fraud and illegitimacy to deepen social divisions. This sequence reflects a deliberate strategy aimed at destabilizing democratic processes. Does this sound familiar with our country in the Philippines, such as our elections last 2016 and 2022? As a solution, or looking towards 2028 elections, these trends present significant risks. Based on observed patterns, influence campaigns may begin years in advance to shape perceptions, reinforce political identities, and normalize distrust. Foreign and domestic actors may exploit sensitive issues such as national security, economic inequality, regional autonomy, corruption, and political dynasties to polarize voters. Coordinated narratives may attempt to discredit candidates, erode trust in election institutions, and amplify allegations of fraud or illegitimacy. Disinformation campaigns could target voter confidence, discourage participation, or inflame post-election tensions. As a solution, Building resilience requires, I would just like to discuss the slide of Sir Trinidad. Uh, the previous slide, please. So we could see here the battle space when we talk of the operating environment and the digital environment using cyber spectrum, cyber domain, and the electromagnetic spectrum. However, in here, in this circle, we could see the physical manifestation. I would just like to emphasize I'll just give a particular example, not name a country, but the ICAD activities of a particular country in the West Philippine Sea, conducting ICAD operations, is done in a hybrid manner and merged or integrated with the FIMI operations. And why do they do that? These FIMI operations would now legitimize and make their activities in the upper part of the pie accepted. So in here, there are several ways and several TTPs on how this is accomplished. So if we would talk of what is happening in the physical domain, it influences our cognitive domain, our mindsets, our perceptions. So it exploits biases, weaponizes emotions, and collective manipulation. While on the information environment, it hits on the cyber domain and the information domain, thereby resulting to state-sponsored hacking using generative AI and manipulation of algorithms. And on the information domain, it is undermining legitimacy of claims, historical revisionism, and reflexive control. And the end in mind are this: to divide the US-RP alliances and our friendships with strategic partners and like-minded nations, divide society, and divide government. The solution: building resilience requires a whole of society response. Independent media, fact-checking organizations, civil society groups, academic institutions, and technology platforms must work together to strengthen the integrity of the information environment. As the Philippines approaches future electoral cycles, safeguarding the integrity of the information space will be essential to protecting democratic stability and national sovereignty. In conclusion, the strength of a democracy lies not only in its institutions, but in the shared trust of its people. When information is manipulated, that trust is put at risk. When citizens are divided by deception, national unity is weakened. Our response must therefore be unified, deliberate, simultaneous, and collaborative within government, across society, and alongside trusted partners and like-minded nations. By building resilience, promoting media literacy, strengthening credible journalism, and fostering international cooperation, we can protect the integrity of our information environment and ensure that trust and democratic values remain the foundation of our national future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that sharp and very vivid presentation, Captain Marisa Martinez. I think you're right as well. Once upon a time, we used to think that foreign and domestic threat actors lay the groundwork for influencing months before an election, but what we're finding out now is that it's now years. So technically, the 2028 elections has started today. Okay, our third and final speaker for this session is really a man who needs no introduction. He is the man on the front lines of the battle for maritime sovereignty and the spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea of the Philippine Coast Guard, and also a man who keeps the Chinese embassy up at night. Of course, I'm talking about Commodore J. Tariella, none other. Please welcome him.
Just a disclaimer, that caricature is not something that I made. It was actually from Daily Tribune. I have to cover the face, otherwise there will be another diplomatic protest. Your Excellency, Ambassador Hartman, Professor Dindo Manhit, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests mga kababayan ko, isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. For more than 3 years, I have dedicated my career to asserting our rights and fighting for what is ours in the West Philippine Sea through Transparency Initiative. Today, I want to share a personal chapter from that journey, one that highlights not just the physical confrontation at sea, but the invisible battle waged in the realm of information and perception. This is my experience with the People's Republic of China's foreign information manipulation and interference operations, a calculated strategy that ultimately positioned me at the center of a diplomatic storm. Just a few weeks ago, at the start of the year, I was invited to speak at a university in Manila, where I engaged with bright young students eager to understand the complexities of the West Philippine Sea. In my presentation, I used satirical images to try to explain why China remains to be bully despite of our transparency that expose its illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive actions in the West Philippine Sea. These AI-generated images depicted a Chinese man in a caricatured form, fuming with anger while staring at the flags of the US and its allies, flexing his muscles while the Chinese public seemed afraid, and holding a small wooden boat bearing the Philippine flag. What followed was a swift and orchestrated backlash from Beijing. The Chinese embassy in Manila launched a public assault on social media, accusing me of attacking and smearing their national leader. They claimed that my post constituted a serious violation of China's political dignity and a blatant political provocation that crossed the red line. Within days, they filed formal diplomatic protests with Malacanang Palace, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and even the Philippine Coast Guard National Headquarters itself. They demanded clarification on whether my statements reflected the official Philippine government policy and questioned why I had not been accountable. China's foreign ministry even summoned our ambassador in Beijing to express their displeasure, framing my actions as anti-China rhetoric that needed to be muzzled. This was no isolated outburst. It was a textbook example of China's FIMI playbook, a sophisticated web of propaganda, disinformation, and harassment designed to silence dissent and reshape narratives in their own favor. Since assuming my role as spokesperson for more than 3 years already, I have posted extensively detailing China's ICAD actions in the West Philippine Sea. It is worth noting that even before the caricature issue emerged in January, the Chinese embassy had been tagging me directly in their responses, starting as far back as late as December of 2025, shortly after their new ambassador arrived. In that month alone, they have already started publicly refuting me with what they called factual evidence, but which were often distortion aimed at undermining my own credibility. The Chinese embassy has been directly questioning my post, accusing me of lying and claiming that I'm conducting a smear campaign against the Chinese embassy itself. The caricature simply provided them with a convenient opening to escalate and promote their narrative that I was personally smearing the Chinese leader, amplifying it through diplomatic channels to paint me as the provocateur. Beijing has amplified the falsehood through bot networks, state-controlled media, and even its own diplomatic channels. They portray me as the aggressor, the liar, while ignoring their own vessel's dangerous maneuver and bullying to endanger the lives of ordinary Filipino fishermen. Their information operation is certainly distortions meant to sow doubt and division among Filipinos. My experience has been one of the relentless targeting. The online world war involves not just official revocation, but waves of coordinated harassment from pro China accounts, bloggers, and influencers. Beijing was clearly hoping that by mobilizing the trolls and even leveraging criticism from public figures like Senator Rodante Marcoleta and Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, who have publicly questioned my methods, demanded apologies to China, and suggested debates that could undermine our united stance, that the Philippine government under President Marcos would be pressured to silence me. These tactics aim to isolate our transparency initiative, making us appear as outliers of the international forum. I have faced accusations of hyping maritime issues and misrepresenting facts, all while China Coast Guard continues its coercive patrols in the West Philippine Sea. The diplomatic protests were the crescendo, a formal attempt to pressure our own government into self-censorship, violating Article 41 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, which prohibits interference in a host state's internal affairs. Moreover, Beijing's strategy to silence transparency is so carefully calibrated that it begins subtly with trolls and online commentators arguing that the Department of Foreign Affairs should be the only sole entity that handles West Philippine Sea issues, framing it strictly as a diplomatic concern rather than a matter of public discourse or multi-agency involvement for a whole of government approach. This narrative was then swiftly adopted by the Chinese embassy in Manila and echoed by the PRC's Ministry of Foreign Affairs in their official statements, amplifying it as a supposed breach of protocol. Surprisingly, this very line was even picked up by our leading presidential Vice President Sara Duterte. She said, who rarely weighs in on West Philippine Sea matter, and she said that it is only the DFA who should be doing the talking on such issues. This further illustrates how foreign influence operation can permeate domestic politics and attempt to stifle voices like mine from the inside. Such FIMI operations of the People's Republic of China want to take advantage of the position of DFA since we are currently the ASEAN host, emphasizing that we should be giving more space for negotiation and diplomacy. Thus, it confuses the Filipino people, making us all even doubt our professional and competent diplomats, whether they're also aligned with that of the trolls or that of the Chinese government. The action of the Chinese embassy as part of a broader FIMI operation can be distilled into three key steps. First, they are shooting the messenger. To date, the embassy has used its social media accounts to depict me as the one smearing and vilifying China, while portraying themselves as victims of a false, twisted, manipulative, misleading, provocative information campaign that they firmly reject. They attribute the escalating verbal conflict between the embassy and the Philippine officials entirely to me, aiming to discredit the source so that the message itself cannot reach its audience. This tactic aligns with FIMI strategies that target critics through harassment and character assassination, such as online bot networks amplifying attacks on individuals like Philippine officials who expose maritime aggression. Secondly, they work to destroy the message. They assert that our transparency initiative are rooted in lies and propaganda, seeking to undermine the credibility of our own published press releases since we started the transparency effort, including the historical ones for labeling all the 195 posts that I released in 2025 as outright fabrications and made up stories. For instance, pro-China trolls have also dismissed the evidence of China Coast Guard vessels blocking Philippine supply boats or using water cannon against the Filipino fishermen to incite international sympathy. Similarly, they have discredited reports of environmental damage from Chinese massive island building in the South China Sea. This is a part of a pattern where bot networks and fake accounts flood social media to erode our own messaging and doubt even our own position. Third, they rewrite the message. Through troll networks, sympathetic politicians or co-opted politicians, state-controlled media, and official channels, they recast the narrative to suit their own interests, such as minimizing the significance of the 2016 Arbitral Award by portraying it as a politically motivated ruling, irrelevant to historical claims, and offering their own spin on events like ramming incident by insisting that Philippine vessels initiated aggression or that they deflect the blame with that of the United States and the Japanese interference in the South China Sea, emphasizing that their purported commitment to diplomacy while downplaying their own coercive tactics. In the context of FIMI, this includes funding local firms to operate fake Facebook or X profiles that promote pro-China narrative, such as framing joint Philippines and Japan and the United States exercises or naval engagement as provocative and destabilizing acts that escalate tension unnecessarily, while positioning China as a positive regional actor, prioritizing peaceful resolution and diplomatic dialogue. Another example also is the use of paid advertisements for Philippine media in sponsored journalist training programs in China to amplify stories that recast Beijing's 9-line claim as legitimate historical rights. Yet, through it all, I have stood firm. I make no apologies for speaking the truth. My posts are not smears or slanders. They are grounded in evidence and aligned with our nation's commitment to a rules-based international order. The discomfort Beijing expresses is not with my words, but with the exposure of their own unlawful aggression in the West Philippine Sea. This FIMI campaign of the Chinese government has only strengthened my resolve, bolstered by the unwavering support from our security sector, political leaders across party lines, civil society, and everyday Filipinos who rally for our sovereignty and sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea. Fellow citizens, mga kababayan ko, this is not just my story, it is ours. China's information manipulation seeks to divide us to make us question our own truths. Let us continue to shine light on the facts, support our frontline defenders, and demand culpability from those elected officials who seem to become the Chinese puppets in our own government. Threats will not silence the truth. They will only amplify it. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Thank you for that, Commodore Tariela. You don't know how worried I was that you were going to bust out another caricature of you-know-who. I also don't want to say too much because I don't want to get banned from Hong Kong, but it'll be interesting to hear more about the framework for these coordinated actions. So with that, let me invite you back on stage, Commodore Tariela, so we can go straight into the panel. Let me also call back on stage NSC Assistant Director General Valencia and Philippine Navy spokesperson Captain Martinez. Moderating this discussion for us, we are honored to have Dr. Sherwin Ona. He's a non-resident fellow of the Strat-Based Institute and the Associate Professor of the Department of Political Science and Development Studies of De La Salle University. And might I just add how rare and what a great privilege it is to have all three spokespersons here with us today. Take it away.
Right, Reggie, thank you. This is indeed a very powerhouse panel. First, let me just thank our speakers for their insightful and very passionate presentations. We really appreciate the time and effort that you give to defend our rights in the West Philippine Sea. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to pick their brains. Let's see. In the last several years, 3 years or 4 years, we have seen a lot of disinformation, operations happening in the Philippines. In fact, Ambassador Hartman has described this as the Philippines as being patient zero in several of your speeches, Excellency, right? Do you see these activities escalating throughout the years? And do you see some sort of a pattern related to these activities? Perhaps, yeah, ADG Valencia?
Ayaw eh. Yes. If we're going to go back 10 years ago, FIMI is already here, but we're not conscious about it. If I would say so, is that people are being targeted, but they just don't know the modus operandi on how it is done. So no one was aware that there was such a thing as foreign interference and malign influence. Now, is it growing? Well, based on data, it did. Remember, the Filipinos love social media, and that is growing, and therefore, the surface for manipulation is also growing. The incidents also that's happening in our country, like the elections in 2028 and the announcement yesterday, further increases interest. So, yes, it is increasing, but what is good right now is that the idea of cognitive warfare, the idea of information operations are now being discussed. And that makes us aware. And awareness is the first thing for resilience.
Absolutely agree with that. Captain Martinez, do you want to add into that?
Sir? When we talk of FIMI operations, it's not only state actors, but also individuals who could pay people from other countries to do these FIMI operations. And the sad thing is there's what we call information laundering. And we cannot identify where it emanated from and who's the originator of that information or narrative. So, and who hired these individuals or these trolls. So with the emergence of technology and the dependence of almost everyone in terms of the use of social media, I would say that it has been increasing because these state actors and individuals have improved their TTPs, their techniques, tactics, and procedures. They would know already how we think, and they would be 10 steps ahead, sir. So I would say that, yes, definitely, FIMI operations has increased through the years, sir.
The scary thing here, Captain, is the normalization of these activities, right? You often see it or hear it. Commodore J, would you like to
Yes, sir.
again add to this?
I would like to weigh in for FIMI operation on the context of our position in the West Philippine Sea. I think the FIMI operation of the People's Republic of China, when we talk about the West Philippine Sea, has significantly increased, particularly under this administration for President Marcos, compared to the previous years. It's all because under this administration, we have transparency initiative. In the previous administration, there is very low level of information that the Chinese government has to counter, or at some point, no information at all. Again, from 2016 to 2022, there were only 3 incidents that were publicized during the time of former President Duterte. But under this administration, we are very transparent. Almost every week, Filipinos are receiving updates of what's really happening. So, for the Chinese government, the challenge is how can they be able to once again dilute the topic of the West Philippine Sea? to make the Filipino people once again realize that you cannot do anything. You have to be very afraid of us. So they are intensifying the FIMI operation so that they can counter transparency. But again, this is very difficult to counter now. The transparency efforts that we have been doing for almost more than 3 years already has institutionalized and increased the level of awareness of the Filipino people. And that is the reason why they have to spend more and hire more trolls.
Commodore J, just a follow-up on that. Some are saying that too much transparency is not that good as well. What do you say to that observation?
Well, I agree if we say too much transparency because that would already be exaggerated transparency, right?
Yeah.
But if we're just going to be transparent in a way that you're not going to exaggerate things, report things as they are, then I don't think that it is provocative, escalatory. There's nothing wrong in telling the truth.
Yeah, truth is the primary commodity here. Do you want to add, ADG Valencia?
Yes, there's no exaggerated transparency. So transparency is showing what it is, what you see, how it is. It's showing exactly what is happening. And that is one of the important solutions for manipulation. You have to know the truth and you have to defend that truth. Now, the problem right now is that when you're showing what's happening in the West Philippine Sea, now it becomes provocative. So remember, attention, when they get your attention first, and then they change the meaning. Peace becomes silence. Telling the truth becomes provocative. So that is the first, what we call it three invasions. One is the invasion of attention. Two is the invasion of meaning, changing the meaning of things. And three, the invasion of time. This is persistent. So it's a long thing that we're going to expect.
We have a lot of guests, right, from the diplomatic missions and our media and academics and others. In terms of expectation, dear panelists, are we going to see things to be getting worse before it gets better, or is this the apex of all the things that can happen in terms of FIMI? And is there such a thing as a proactive response to FIMI?
I would just like to talk on behalf of the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Sure. Yeah.
So the Armed Forces of the Philippines believes in simultaneous messaging. So besides Admiral Trinidad telling the truth and working with the Transparency Initiative, we also at GHQ, the Philippine Navy, the Philippine Air Force, and the Philippine Army do support the Transparency Initiative because this is the best platform to counter malinformation, disinformation, and misinformation. And I would just like to highlight working with partners also, because this is sharing the right information, making the region and the global, the people across the globe know what is really happening. And it would counter the false narratives of what China or other state actors are sharing the public.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Martinez. I'll go back to my previous question. What can we expect? I mean, do we expect further escalation, or some are saying that artificial intelligence will definitely change the landscape in terms of FIMI. I'm curious to hear your thoughts about it.
Yes.
ADG Valencia?
Well, escalation is another thing. But you have to understand that FIMI is very creative. Well, if we go back, way back to 2008, let's say, if I would use an example, what happened in Australia. We're studying also experiences of other countries. So they have a story of Tibetans making a rally, and then come up students making a counter rally. But you don't see that in the Philippines. I guess simply because we know already the modus operandi. So since we know it, they try to be creative in doing how manipulation is done. So do we see an escalation or just a changing of tactics to be able to influence people to do their bidding and attain their strategic goals. And of course, as you've said, AI, AI, we do not know where it will be going, but definitely it provides clarity, or it mimics as if it is true, and then people can easily be swayed by what they see and what they hear. And because technology allows you to do this very efficiently and effectively, people might believe. One more thing, technology makes it fast, dissemination fast. So again, is that a form of escalation? If that is so, then yes, it would be.
Yeah, the fear I think will be to, put out a lot of false content that it will really, overwhelm the transparency initiative that we have. And for that, using AI to do this, right? Commodore J, do you want to add to that? Escalation, you have so many experience in terms of escalation. I mean,
You know, it's very difficult for us to really assess what is the apex or the FIMI operation will still be able to reach its peak, or this is already the peak, or through AI it will be easier, or not just the Filipinos, but the ordinary person, regardless wherever you are from. If ever AI would be used for FIMI, and it would be more rampant. I don't think that it will be easier for the people to be fooled, or to be influenced, or to change their perspective, because as we all know, the artificial intelligence is rapidly growing. Therefore, you will always have a second thought in believing that kind of AI generated photo. Meaning, for you to believe on something 2 or 3 years from now, you will have more reservation, because also for yourself, you know that the AI generation has already reached to the top level. So I don't think that FIMI's impact to the audience, regardless whatever part of the world, in using AI will be very significant, because all of us will have more reservation to believe on anything that we see in social media.
and China is investing a lot on AI and quantum computing. Director Valencia?
I just want to add, when I said invasion of attention, that means really creating a lot of noise. Well, it is not to win the argument, or it does not mean to be logical. It just want to create noise to manufacture confusion. So you have to understand that. So at times you would ask, why is this saying this? Why are they doing that? It's illogical, because that is not the point. They are not after to answer the correct assertions. They are not to win the argument. The point is to manufacture confusion and then make you vulnerable for the belief or the change in meaning that they would be giving you.
I'm tempted, ADG Valencia, to ask you to give examples, but I will not do that. It might probably cost your job. But Captain Martinez, how does the military see this?
I would just like to talk about the country. On the positive note of using I would just like to highlight that first we have to improve our AI and digital infrastructure, because it would help us counter false narratives generated by AIs, because AIs generate false narratives, false videos, and having an AI on the positive note, using this tool or this platform to fact check and help our countrymen in auditing information in the information environment would really be a big help. But we need information. We need to improve our information digital infrastructure as well as digital infrastructure. The most important thing to counter AI is education and having regulations. We have I think it's a need, there's a need already to come up with the bill for AI, on the proper use of AI, because it would also protect our citizens, our leaders, and
Was that a
That's a
cyber attack or something? I think we're live on Zoom. I mean, now you get it. Ma'am, please continue. Are you done with your answer? Oh, thank you, Captain Martinez. Now I'll go to a more contentious issue. In your presentations, you mentioned the 2028 elections, and we all know that this will be a battleground, and the Vice President has already started the season, right, by declaring her candidacy. The National Security Council has been very vocal about, the elections being a target for influence operations and, cyber-related operations. ADG Valencia, how do you see this developing as we approach the national elections?
Well, like any other country, elections are vulnerable to manipulation and everything. But if we're going to look at what happened in the previous elections, we came prepared. COMELEC was assisted by CICC, DICT, and we were able to thwart the many attempts and attacks on our systems. But we prevailed. And how? We also learned from the experience of other countries, like Canada. So the example that they gave, we talked to them even before elections. And we learned from other countries' experience. So right now, it's 3 years. 3 years, and it's enough time to prepare. Remember, already the perpetrators know how we defended them by the experience of the last elections. They will be developing definitely new ways and new systems, creative systems to attack us again. It's just a matter of being prepared again. And one way, again, is protecting ourselves by passing the cybersecurity law, the FIMI law. These are the things that are being discussed in Congress. And it has to come out before the coming elections.
All right, sir. But you mentioned a lot about systems, election systems, right? But I listened to your presentation, sir. So you mentioned the exploitation of values and the weaponization of social concerns. So on a larger or broader concern, how do we address this? And these are election issues. How do you see this being addressed as part of a FIMI lens?
Building resilience is a long-term effort. So, but FIMI is already here. So there's a two-pronged strategy. One is come up with solutions now, and again, at the same time, develop long-term solutions for FIMI. And that is value change, education. One time I was talking to teachers of DepEd, and I was asking them, what kind of citizens are you producing? So we have to go back to our roots. We have to go back to our values. Do they know what is national security? Do our local government officials know national security? That is why NSC is going around teaching what is the national security policy and the national security strategy to create that national awareness so that local government in making decisions think of national security before the interest also of the local domestic place. So again, we have to make effort right now informing our people. But again, in the long term, we have to teach our students what is West Philippine Sea, what is sovereign rights, what we are fighting for.
Yeah, thank you for that, ADG Valencia. That's a really, a tall order, but we need to do it really. It's part of our resilience strategy. I would like to request our other panelists to chime in. Do you see, further the using of, for example, the West Philippine Sea issue, further using it as part of the elections? It's further, manipulating it.
Yes, sir. Because it is used to divide us. It is used also to downgrade your military. So I think it's best to educate. Education was always mentioned, and I would just like to inform everyone that your Navy, your armed forces going across the country, disseminating about West Philippine Sea, that we have sovereignty, and they talk about sovereign rights, maritime zones. We do this across the country, not only in schools, but only in villages.
Is there a West Philippine Sea, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And we should
yeah,
not debate upon it. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So going back to your question, I would just like to highlight, sir, before giving the mic to our soon-to-be admiral, that we have to protect the integrity of our information environment. And the only way to do that is to come up with TTPs also. So if we have TTPs for this kind of interference, we should have TTPs to counter it. And one is education, one is regulation, regulating also the platforms that use that gives out information. We should also be able to make them accountable also. And the most important thing in terms of your question on election, we have to educate everyone on what should be the qualities, competencies of our leaders, and to vote right.
Thank you, ma'am. Admiral J, is there West Philippine Sea, sir?
Yes, sir, that's non-debatable. You know, sir, every time we talk about the upcoming presidential election, I would like to believe that that is also a concern for the People's Republic of China, who will be the next president. And obviously, anybody whom they are really betting to be the next president is somebody who's not going to stand up for our rights, because it will be on their disadvantage if the next president will continue what President Marcos has been doing so far, exposing Chinese aggression. So I would like to believe that, you know, the Chinese embassy really putting a lot of efforts to silence me, to stop transparency, and to convince the national government that when you talk about West Philippine Sea concern, it should only be through the diplomatic means. That it should only be the DFA who's going to do the talking when you talk about West Philippine Sea, not to include the armed forces of the Philippines or not to include the Philippine Coast Guard. So the question is why? Why are they really wanting to silence the transparency? You know, as we Filipinos all agree, the Filipino people are very forgetful people. If we silence the transparency now about the West Philippine Sea in 2026, in 2028, nobody would even remember what those senators said during the debate about the resolution that is being passed. And that is the main concern of the Chinese government. They wanted to silence the transparency. They wanted to put a stop on transparency because they are worried that in the next 2 more years, if 9 out of 10 Filipinos are already supportive of the Philippine Transparency Initiative in the West Philippine Sea, try to imagine, it will be 10 out of 10 already, or 9.98% of our countries support transparency, and we have already institutionalized the level of awareness of Chinese aggression in the West Philippines. Therefore, if that would happen, it will be an election issue. And as you assess your candidates, whether for president or Senate or district representative in the Congress, there's always a reason for you to weigh in whether that politician is going to support our fight or not. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Admiral. And you know, we're down to our last 2 minutes for this panel. Perhaps I'll give this opportunity for our panelists to give their parting words. ADG Valencia?
Well, foreign interference, malign influence, information operations is here, and it is here to stay. Well, the Philippine government, the National Security Council, is committed to defending our democratic integrity, sovereign rights, sovereignty in lawful, constitutional, and transparent means.
Thank you, sir. Captain Martinez?
Okay. Your armed forces of the Philippines will always be there to protect the integrity of the information environment. And we need you, sirs and ma'am. We need partners. This is a whole of region approach, actually. Government, academe, private sectors, non-government organizations, our friends from the region and the country, because it is sharing the right information and helping each other in having the right platforms for it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Admiral?
Commodore lang, sir. Well, for my final message, I would like to reiterate that the transparency efforts of the national government in the West Philippine Sea is not provocation. It's not escalation. That is, we are just putting a spotlight on the Chinese aggression in the West Philippine Sea. If we're going to stop the light that we use in putting, countering the gray areas of the maritime forces in the West Philippine Sea, the FIMI operations of the Chinese government will definitely succeed because we will never know what is the truth, what is the lie, and what is really something that we deserve to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our dear panelists, and let's give a round of applause for this panel. Thank you very much, sirs and ma'am.
Thank you so much to our panelists for a fantastic conversation. Please remain on stage while we get organized for a photo. I invite Ambassador Hartman back on stage, Professor Manhit, and of course, Mr. Salyu Babu, the Director of the Rapid Response Mechanism of Canada. Do we move the chairs? Thank you so much again, everyone, for that fantastic discussion. We took away a lot of things from that. Please give them another warm round of applause. Is it Admiral now, Commodore? Okay, we're gonna move straight into our second panel, titled Enhancing Regional Collaboration Against FIMI. We keep saying throughout this morning that no one can go it alone. Disinformation doesn't respect borders. And so let's all look at it from a regional perspective. This panel aims to explore how regional cooperation can strengthen collective resilience against FIMI. It will examine the role of ASEAN and other regional partnerships in addressing shared challenges, promoting information security, and countering cross-border disinformation campaigns. The discussion will highlight opportunities for collaboration, capacity building, and policy harmonization to enhance regional preparedness and response to FIMI threats. And so it is my honor to introduce a research fellow of the Japan Institute of International Affairs to kick off our discussions for this particular session. Please give a warm round of applause to Professor Kyoko Kuwahara.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kyoko Kuwahara, a research fellow at the Japan Institute of International Affairs, as well as a fellow at the McDonald-Rollin Institute, based in Ottawa, Canada. First of all, I'd like to thank this beautiful opportunity to invite me to such a wonderful event. This is the very first time to visit the Philippines, and of course to Manila. I am very honored. Today, I'd like to talk about Japan's experience with FIMI, not as a standalone single case, but as source for lessons for regional or potential regional cooperation and collaboration. I think by sharing where Japan has experienced, Japan stands at this very moment, and where it still has gaps and constraints. I hope to contribute to today's discussion with my I'm sorry, could you defined by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan on for information or non-state actors deliberately disseminate disinformation and narratives to undermine trust in Japanese policies or obstruct democratic processes. I think this framing shapes what Japan can or cannot do with the regional partners. Next slide, please. Japan's information environment. So this is just for information where Japan's information environment stands, and to be honest, Japan has a very limited experience with serious FIMI impacts, and Japan is at a very early stage in combating FIMI or foreign disinformation campaigns, partly due to language barriers, of course, as well as a high level of trust on old media, still in the era of social media or generative AI. According to a survey conducted by Japan News Research Group in 2025, public broadcast TV called NHK, as well as newspaper, a Japanese newspaper, of course, still has almost 70% of public trust, even in the era of social media. So, which means it's a little bit higher than the other democracies. So, due to such unique factors surrounding Japan's information ecosystem or information environment, Japan has limited experience in countermeasures on FIMI. However, since at the end of 2022, when the government launched and revised the national security strategy, highlighting that the cognitive domain should be carefully addressed and evolved foreign disinformation countermeasures for the first time in its security history, Japan at this moment has tried to ramp up its effort to counter FIMI. Next slide, please. FIMI surrounding Japan, recurring narratives across different issues. So this slide brings together three most recent events or cases where China activated its FIMI operations or information operations against Japan. The cases are totally different, occurring or happening in the totally different timelines, but the narratives used here are highly consistent. The most recent case triggers involves Ryukyu independence narratives, 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, as well as the statement on a Taiwan Strait contingency made by Prime Minister Takaichi. So first case trigger is narratives around Ryukyu, or I'd say Okinawa independence movement. Just for your information, Okinawa Prefecture, which is located in the southern part of Japan, and was once an independent nation called Ryukyu Kingdom, hundreds of years ago, and had a tributary relationship both with Japan and with China at the time. And recently, China has been developing its narratives and questioning Okinawa Prefecture belongings to Japan. So the second discourse is around 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, so which was about 2025 last year. And third is responses to the statement on Taiwan contingency made by Prime Minister Takaichi, like I said, from November last year. So what is important here is not an individual cases. Across three cases, we repeatedly see the same four narrative pillars in China's information operations. First is sovereignty, and second is history, and third is post-war international order, and finally, fourth is regional peace and stability. So Japan is always framed as violating China's sovereignty, reviving militarism through revisionism, historical revisionism, undermining the post-war international order which China defines, and threatening regional peace and stability, which also China defines. So the key point here is the fact that China repeatedly relies on exactly the same core narrative pillars and applies them to the different events in the different timelines and triggers in a defensive manner. So if you look at the table in the bottom of my presentation slide, it shows that Taiwan-related statement made by Prime Minister Takaichi covers all 4 narrative pillars, so which tells us that the Taiwan is a high strategic priorities for China's information operations. Next slide, please. FIMI tactics, techniques, procedures in the Japanese context. To sum up such FIMI cases around Japan, we observe FIMI TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures patterns originating in China in the Japan context. First of all, main target audience, of course, Japanese speaker, Chinese speaker, and English speakers. And contentious topic, they always target contentious topic in our society. So in the case of Japan, they often target Taiwan, Ryukyu or Okinawa, and historical recognition, US-Japan alliance, US bases mostly located in Okinawa prefecture, as well as Fukushima treaty water issue or upstream water issue. So key argument to support China's narrative, as I mentioned in the previous slide, sovereignty, history, as well international order, as well as regional peace and stability. They use both covert and overt means, a combination of official and non-official actors, as well as offline and online activities. And most recently, we have been witnessing some of the collaborative efforts in the information space between Russia and China as well. So understanding these patterns make cross-border information sharing more actionable. Next slide, please. So countermeasures in Japan. How Japan has been addressing such FIMI risks or FIMI threats. This image I try to make it for you to easy to understand where Japan stands and how actors in Japan or players in Japan in combating FIMI engaging and involving each other to counter FIMI. So Japan, the government is the leading actor in combating FIMI, and they have been developing their own countermeasures such as by AI-driven OSINT analysis and research, development of counter-narratives, public diplomacy, public affairs, as well as strategic communications, literacy educations, institutionalizations, as well as international cooperation through G7 and other multilateral cooperation framework. On the other hand, private actors from private sectors or civil society organizations, their presence in countering FIMI or disinformation is less or quite small at this very moment, but some of the private sector has been trying to evolve its effort through building trusted information source, fact-checking report, mainly by the old traditional Japanese media, OSINT analysis service, AI system development, and so on and so forth. At the same time, in parallel, civil society organization like myself from one of the Japanese think tanks or academics or NGOs, some of them has done or has been doing some fact-checking services, quantitative, qualitative research, communications, community building, as well as civic tech. However, the actors involved in Japan or in countering FIMI are quite limited at this very moment, and they work in silos rather collaborating each other. And there are less collaboration effort between sectors. I would say we rather more competitors at this very moment. So this is where domestic gaps directly constrains regional cooperation. And if you look at the right side of my presentation slide, a whole of society approach, which is consistently highlighted in previous slide, presentation and event from yesterday. Of course, we won't be able to avoid whole of society approach in countering FIMI. But however, we haven't, Japan hasn't addressed whole of society approach yet. So finally, conclusions. Next slide, please. So effective regional cooperation and collaboration against FIMI or information operations depends on four foundations. So first of all, understanding the information ecosystem in each target society. This means that monitoring and identifying receptive audience and contentious topics in each target society through data-driven research is essential. The second, strengthen the capabilities of individual stakeholders at home, which means team building. So communication between communication team, policy team, domain expert, and data analysts are also important. And third, moving away from reactive response, reactive debunking, fact-checking response to pre-funded, proactive, pre-bunking approach are also essential. Finally, mobilizing a lot of actors, a broader range of actors across the region. So regional cooperation is not a substitute for domestic capability. I think it is built on it. So regional cooperation beyond sectors are essential, and it can synergize its stakeholders in the region. So the key message through my presentation is that regional collaboration and cooperation work best when each country has strong domestic capacity. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kuwahara, for that very insightful presentation. And it's interesting to me to see that a lot of the recurring narratives that you talked about, historical recognition, U.S.-Japan alliance, are pretty much the same as what the Philippines is grappling with as well. So there's a lot of recurring themes there. Okay, moving forward, let me now welcome the founder and executive director of the Shasur Group of Malaysia. Please give a warm round of applause to Ms. Munira Mustafa.
Thank you for the honor of joining this conversation. There's an old saying, and I'm sure you've heard some version of it, that in conflict, the first casualty is truth. Now, for most of history, World War II and the Cold War, for example, we know what that looks like. You could point to it, you could name it. Propaganda. But here's the thing about this moment that we're living through. The lie doesn't always look like a lie anymore. Media is propaganda. And if you doubt that, consider how many people across this region watched a foreign diplomat in Songkok, speaking Malay, came away convinced that an invasion was a peacekeeping mission. So when I think about how disinformation actually reaches people today, I don't think about shadowy government operations in some distant capital. I think about the makeup artist with 3 million followers. I think about the comedian who makes you laugh before he makes you doubt. I think about the actress who sanitizes a genocide. I think about the content creator you've been watching for years, someone you trust, someone who feels like a friend, and how they become the vector through which you're persuaded to reject established science, or abandon your own critical thinking, or slide quietly toward a conspiracy theory you would have dismissed 5 years ago. And I think of online beef, like the recent one between Malaysian Twitter and a South Korean supremacist. We're not ready for the now. We were taught that untruths look like lies. So when we first encountered modern information manipulation, we're not prepared for how it would be packaged, not as pure fabrication, but as truth mixed with lies, distortion, exaggeration, crucial context deliberately omitted, all of it designed to erode our trust in institutions, in expertise, in each other. Then came the deepfakes. And I'll confess, I recently watched what I was absolutely convinced was a video of a family of palace cats waiting by a highway. And it was AI generated, completely fabricated. And I believed it because it was cute and my guard was down. Disinformation doesn't catch us at our most vigilant. It catches us in the moments when we've stopped looking for it. But there's another dimension to AI we rarely talk about. We spend a great deal of time debating AI as a tool, who wields it, how it's regulated. What we discuss far less is what we surrender in our enthusiasm to embrace it. How many of us in the last year have uploaded photographs to generate a caricature, scan our faces to try an app, or handed over our voice in exchange for something fun and frictionless, contributing to the most detailed biometric databases in human history, held by entities we cannot fully audit, governed by terms of services almost none of us have read. And Denmark has begun a conversation the rest of us need to join, whether individuals should hold copyright over their own physical attributes, their face, their voice, their likeness. Because the same biometric data we hand over to make a caricature can be used to build a deepfake. A deepfake built based on your face, your voice, saying things you never said, deployed in an information operation targeting your community. That's not a hypothetical. That's an emerging operational reality. And a regional framework that does not account for this is already behind. So what makes this moment more dangerous than what came before is that foreign actors no longer have to do the heavy lifting themselves. They craft a narrative, seed a grievance, and then they just sit back as ordinary people, angry, afraid, or searching for meaning, do the amplification for them. Bad actors are not just opportunists. Platforms like X have created monetization structures that reward engagement, and outrage drives engagement. Producing and propagating harmful content is not only ideologically motivated. For many, it's also financially, damage is done. And the damage has already paid out. So what do we actually mean when we say foreign interference? The framework assumes a clean history. Foreign actors manipulate us, we are the passive targets. But reality is messier. And what do we mean by political? We tend to imagine political interference in a narrow sense. Elections, state actors, opposition movements. But think about what that framing leaves out. We didn't learn the lesson when thousands of people, including people from this region, consumed ISIS propaganda, believed it, and traveled to Syria to join a war. We treated it as singularly a radicalization problem. We should have also treated it as a cognitive security failure. We've not yet learned when anti-vaccination narratives deliberately seeded by Western far-right movements as instruments of institutional distrust cross borders, take root here, and children die of preventable diseases. When young men in Jakarta, in Kuala Lumpur, in Bangkok, absorb the operational playbooks of Western mass killers through algorithmically amplified online spaces and then goaded to act on them, the content crossed borders. The harm materialized here. Slides, please. Citizens of one country participate in influence operations targeting another. Ian Miles Chung, my favorite guy, a Malaysian citizen, influences political discourse in America, a country he's allegedly never visited. Our own domestic actor export narratives outward, sometimes for financial gains, sometimes ideological, sometimes coordinated with state interests, and sometimes entirely accidental. Next slide, please. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, a political aide at the Russian embassy in Kuala Lumpur recorded a video, dressed in traditional Malay attire, wearing a songkok, speaking entirely in Bahasa Malaysia, telling Malaysian audiences the invasion was simply a special military operation. The Russian diplomatic mission simultaneously published op-eds in Malay language outlets to discredit Ukraine. It worked, not because Malaysians were naive, but because the message was packaged in the cultural vocabulary of trust. That's not crude propaganda. That's sophisticated cultural mimicry deployed as a state influence operation. We see a different but equally deliberate pattern in how Chinese state narrative travel across the region through diaspora networks, Chinese language media, WeChat ecosystem shaping views on Taiwan, and territorial claims in ways that operate largely outside visibility of national regulators. The information ecosystem does not only move opinions, sometimes it moves people. Fabricated job advertisements promise legitimate employment in Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, and ordinary people find themselves trapped in compounds, forced to run scam operations across the globe. The harm ends in physical captivity. And men from Southeast Asia have ended up fighting for Russia in the war for Ukraine, recruited through messaging apps and social media. Not just votes shifted, not just trust eroded, but bodies dispatched across the world on the basis of a lie. FIMI is not a bilateral problem between a bad actor and passive victim. It's a systemic condition of the current information environment, and it implicates all of us, including ourselves. So let's be honest about one uncomfortable truth closer to home. Some of our own member states have not been innocent bystanders in the degradation of their own information environments. Domestic political actors, without naming any, have deployed polemical narratives to inflame divisions, manufacture grievance, and weaponize identities, so long as it delivered electoral advantage. When we normalize that playbook within our own borders, we shouldn't be surprised when foreign actors pick it up and use it against us. We weaken our own cognitive defenses. They simply walked in through the door we left open. Researchers have proposals: better education, preemptive narrative, audience nucleation, fact-checking, digital literacy. Serious ideas that deserve serious engagement, but harder in practice than they sound in theory. Constrained by bias, requiring accountability mechanisms we've not built, complicated by the status quo. There's no shortage of summits and industry convenings dedicated to AI governance and malinformation. But technology will always outpace our institutional responses. By the time we have frameworks for today's generative AI, quantum computing have rewritten the threat landscape again. If our behavior as users, as citizens, as institutions stay the same, credulous, reactive, incentivized to outreach, no technical solution will hold. Who decides what is true? Governments must strengthen their information environments, but we shouldn't outsource our sense of reality entirely to the state. Civil society is not a luxury, it's a necessity. But even civil society is stratified by class and access in ways that complicate easy prescription. What undergirds all of these efforts and what we've consistently underinvested in is cognitive security. Not just the security of our networks, but security of the human mind. Our capacity for reason under pressure, to recognize manipulation, to maintain epistemic integrity when the information environment is designed to overwhelm it. Regional collaboration isn't just desirable, it's structurally necessary. FIMI doesn't respect borders, and purely national responses will always be outpaced by operations that are not. One concrete starting point, a common regional taxonomy. What counts as FIMI, agreed collectively, would be a meaningful first step. Without shared language, capacity building talks past itself, policy harmonization stalls, and early warning systems cannot be interoperable. That's achievable, but it requires will, not the resolution of every political tension in this room. The harder question must still be named. When one member state identifies a campaign originating elsewhere, is notification a courtesy or a responsibility? When the source is a domestic actor operating across borders, how does non-interference sit alongside collective information and integrity? These are intention, and that tension deserves honest conversation, not diplomatic avoidance. I raise this not to frustrate progress, but because durable cooperation must be built on honest foundations. The architecture exists. What we're still working out together are the values that should animate it. Resilience against FIMI is not a technical problem. It can't be solved with better algorithm, faster fact-checking database, or the most sophisticated counter-narrative campaign ever designed. The threats we face are not only electoral or geopolitical. They arrive as health misinformation that kills children, as violent subcultures radicalizing teenagers through digital ecosystems our young people inhabit every day. They arrive wearing our own faces, our own voices, assembled from data we gave away freely and we cannot take back. Resilience must be holistic, accounting for how harmful content moves, mutates, and adopted into local contexts in ways that don't always look like traditional interference, but carry the same consequences for social cohesion, human safety, and the fabric of our community. At its core, this is about cognitive security, our collective capacity to think, to question, and to resist manipulation, whether it comes from abroad or from within, whether directed at us or through us or at others. This is the standard we must hold ourselves to, And if we can bring that collective strength to the challenge of information integrity, we will have built something that outlasts any single program, any single summit, any single speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that excellent speech, Ms. Mustafa, laying out the insidiousness of modern information warfare systems. And you're right, so many people I know have shared AI-generated caricatures of them, and it reminded me of what someone famous once said, which is that, well, I don't know if they're famous, but if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. So thank you for that reminder. Okay, now I am so pleased to introduce the third female speaker for this session. We are speaking to Ms. Da-Hyun Kim, the Indo-Pacific Network Coordinator of Doublethink Lab. Please give her a warm round of applause.
All right, thank you. Let me try to take this out. All right, so for those who weren't here yesterday, Professor Ona started this amazing tradition of going through confession. I don't think anyone has gone through that today, so I'm gonna start it with mine. I'm not used to speaking like this. My job is more like putting this event together. I'm the one that's emailing you, making sure that you're fed, you're paid, making sure all this lighting system work. So when this offer came, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it, but then I heard that this is about collaboration. I spent about 7 years of my life working at an NGO, in different NGOs, working, standby people and trying to fix different issues. And because this is about FIMI, and our job core mission is about FIMI, Chinese FIMI, so wanted to share our lived experience of what it means to collaborate and how difficult it is, but still we have to continue with it. Next slide, please. So I work with Doublethink Lab. It's a Taiwanese-based NGO. Does anyone know about it? Can I see some hand? Yeah, awesome, great. Yeah, this is great. So we are COVID baby. We were born in 2019, but we started this job because we realized that Chinese influence in Taiwan was just nothing something that we could control. It's a grassroots movement. People decide to take on action to build a resilience among the citizens and making sure that we are working with different stakeholders to fight for FIMI. There's a QR code. I invite everyone to use your phone to scan it. This is a link to the China Index. And by the way, this was my nice way of scanning this for me. Please scan. This is gonna lead you to China Index. We work with different partners to understand how Chinese influence is reaching around the world. And this really, oh, great, awesome, thank you. This is a great example of how we work with different partners. This map covers 101 countries, and it's based on 9 different domains. So the Chinese influence is affecting politics, your military, your economic or academics. And we use the 9 different domains and measure how Chinese influence is affecting your country. And we do this every 2 years so that you can understand where your country is 2 years from now. For the Philippines, I think it was 6 in 2022. And now it's 16. So people are being definitely resilient against Chinese influence. But today we are here to talk about FIMI. So I will talk about more of our work around FIMI. So great example that our great partners from democracy.net.ph, they participated for the election observation last year. And there's a report for that. And next slide, please. I'm not going to spend so much time talking about how FIMI is evolving. I think we heard it enough. AI is definitely influencing it. I'm going to give you a real-life example. Go Lexi. Has anyone heard about it? This came out last year by New York Times, and this was based on the research that was done by Vanderbilt University in the US. It's a national defense university, and they got
their hands to the Galaxy document. This is a 300 pages of leaked document, and it basically talks about how Galaxy is developing GoPro technology to automate influence operation with AI. Their job is to making sure that they are customizing their FIMI towards every single of you. So if you ever came across on your phone and you clicked like some shoes advertisement, clothing advertisement, because it was just happened to be perfect for you, that it means that you are vulnerable to their FIMI. They also mentioned that in 2020 in Hong Kong, they tried to use their technology to suppress the people that is fighting against for the national security law. And 2024, for Taiwanese election, they've also used this technology. So I'm telling you that this has been going on. It's already around us. We happen to know about it because of the leaked documents, but I'm sure that there are a lot more. Going next. So, this is an old presentation file, but let's move on to the next. Okay, so I will go straight into the example of how we are working together with our partners. So Double-Think Lab, given that we are civil society organization, we decided to take an action because that's what we are good at. We invited people like you guys to join us and to contribute in fighting against FIMI. And we decided to do an election observation in India 2024. We had 5 countries and 14 partners. Each country had different small group, and we tried to take whole of society approach. So we had anyone who is passionate about it. It can be from think tank, quasi think tank, it can be civil society organization, OSINT, anybody was welcome because we really believed in building that capacity building for people. And by doing so, someone who knows about China will learn about OSINT, and someone who knows about OSINT will learn about Chinese system. So we were trying to aim for the comprehensive learning process. And also we wanted to have a shared strategy building. I think everyone here agrees that we want to have a shared system. We are on the same boat, we want to fight for it, so we want to have a framework that works for all these countries. So we tried, and that wasn't easy. I think everyone knows, like working with people is not easy, but we still love doing so. That's why we continue doing that. And this was really learning experience for us because we learned to improve on how to do better collaboration to fight for FIMI. Next slide, please. And this is like the main thesis of my presentation today. I wanted to give you an example, give my lesson of what it means to collaborate and what you should pay more attention to collaborate. I think collaboration is, for me, it's more like building a house. So framework, I see that as a foundation, and relationship is like the rest of the house. If the foundation is not stable, not strong enough, you're not going to be able to build the rest of it. You may have all the materials for the rest of the house, but if you don't have this great foundation, it's not going to stay. So when it comes to working with people, it's always so important that you come in mind to understand what you are available to contribute. Is it the time? Is it the money? Do you have any expertise? You really have to understand what they are capable of. And yes, we agree that we want to fight for FIMI, but what does it mean to fight for FIMI? Are you trying to have a training session? Are you trying to have an election observation? We need to make it really clear about what we are aiming for and make this a job. I'm just going to make it real. This has to be a job for us to take on action. And lastly, this is a great work, and we also have to remind ourselves that we are doing great work. I'm sure everyone here is doing it because you are passionate about your country, your work, you're a patriot, and we often forget and we take things for granted. And it's always so important for us to remind ourselves how great we are doing and we are moving forward for a better future. And with the relationship is like the most delicate part in my opinion. Building relationship takes a lot of effort, but once the trust breaks, it's really hard to get to that point again. So I would say that relationship is something that you have to care with love and attention. And that's why I am always promoting for in-person activities like this. And I encourage people to go drink after this, like how Koreans are doing. And also with the second political and regional context, I think FIMI, when it comes to FIMI, that's also a very critical part. For Western countries, and I'm sorry that I'm generalizing this, China or Russia is adversary. But for Asian countries, it's sometimes diplomatic partner. They help with the economic development. It may not be always an adversary. So we have to be mindful of how different countries in Indo-Pacific is addressing this issue. And lastly, I think we heard enough about transparency and creating safe space, meaning that for some people, it might be easier for them to talk in email or one-on-one in a group setting. So we always have to make ourselves available for different relationship building. So next one is this. We are here because we know that collaboration works, and they know as well. This is not a surprise. Last year, when they came out together for the Victory's military parade, I was actually shocked. I've been working in North Korean issue for about 5 years before I joined Double Think Lab, and I was surprised to see this guy next to these two. I'm like, when did you get to that level? And Xi Jinping came out and shared that this is our way to show solidarity against the West. And they are taking on action. I don't think the next slide has that graph, but yes, exactly, thank you. So they are actually taking action. They are collaborating, and they are definitely taking action to help each other's influence operation. So I think one thing that we can actually learn from this is that we also have to take on action when we want to make a difference. And hopefully, if I may suggest, in the next session, next conference, I'd like to hear more about lesson learned from your own activities. Like, what are the collaborations that you have done that you want to share with the rest of us? And how can we continue to improve this, because the time has come. All right, I think that's it. Salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. I don't think Kim Jong-un is going to appreciate being covered by a graph, but thank you for that excellent presentation and walking us through how to design a good framework for regional collaboration. And by the way, for your first speaking engagement, I think you did excellent. Don't you guys think? Give her some love. Okay, now, our final speaker for this session is the Cybersecurity Coordinator for the Office of the President, Republic of Palau. I just want to make a personal note about how striking and special it is that he's in the room with us today. Palau, of course, is a tiny nation of 18,000 people that has somehow become one of the most geopolitically significant nations. So I am looking forward to hearing him talk about this. Please welcome Mr. Takeichi Gushikan.
Yeah, I'll just hold it. Oh. Okay, it's kind of a tough act to follow up after three very powerful ladies, so I'll do my best. So, Ali, Malungil Tutao, good morning, everyone. First of all, a special thanks to the Canadian Embassy and the Strat-based team for sending the invitation over to Palau. Thank you guys so much. My name is, if you didn't hear it earlier, it's Takeichi Gushigan. I'm the Cybersecurity Coordinator for the Office of the President. I'm going to deviate a little bit from the style that we've seen so far. I don't have much information to share in terms of cybersecurity expertise, but what I can tell you and what I can share with you is a story. The story of Palau in its infancy of cybersecurity and building collective resilience against FIMI and cyber threats. Now, next slide. Okay, so for this presentation, I have 3 points I want to leave you guys with. So the first one is the context, the second one is the current, and the third one is the collaboration. So let's go on to the first section, next slide, the context. To understand why we are in our current situation, we must first understand the background and the history. Next slide. The Blue Pacific also falls victim to the very things that were discussed in this very event. We are observing patterns of aggression across the neighboring nations. So for example, in 2022, the Vanuatu government was forced offline for a significant period, crippling schools and hospitals and such. In 2023, the Tongan state, a telecommunications company, was hit by ransomware, encrypting parts of their system. And most recently, in 2025, the Samoan government released an advisory of a foreign government-linked threat actor, noting campaigns, cyber incidences, specifically targeting networks in the Blue Pacific. Next slide. So, Palau has not been immune to this. Within the recent years, we've seen many cyber incidences. So, in February 2024, the Ministry of Finance was hit by a ransomware, taking out our payroll and financing system for 5 days. This is pretty significant because during that time as well, we were also renewing our Compact of Free Association. So the timing seems to be very interesting of when we're renewing our compact with the US and a sudden ransomware hit in our Ministry of Finance. So to move on, in July 2024, two of our systems, oh sorry, could you go back that one slide? Yes. 2 of our other systems were compromised by ransomware, the immigration system and the customs system. That same year, November 2024, our National Development Bank was also hit by a ransomware. And then in February 2025, our big hospital, the Belao National Hospital, was also hit by ransomware, which has severe implications in the national scale in terms of national security. So that leads us to our next slide. Yes, so this is the geopolitical reality of our situation back home. We have an immature cybersecurity posture with our resource constraints. We face globalized crime in form of all the ransomware attacks with the advent of emerging technologies and in form of ransomware as a service. So, because of the nature of our partnerships, our strategic partnerships, and the stance we showcase on a global scale, on the global stage, these malicious actors which aims towards our sovereignty. Our President Surangwip stated that cybersecurity is one of the biggest threats we face. So, what does that mean? It signifies that digital attacks can be more effective at destabilizing a government, a nation, than a physical invasion. Next slide, please. So, with all that background, it sets the stage for our current position. Next slide. To fight back, Palau is standardizing its defense language. We are adopting the NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0 by using these 6 functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, recover, and govern. We establish a common vocabulary that allows us to integrate with our regional partners. Yes. Next slide, please. So this is our current efforts. Our current efforts are focused on these 3 pillars. So right now we are working on the legislation bit. We are currently drafting a cyber crimes bill based on the Budapest Convention, a standard best practice. We are also working towards a cybersecurity bill, which will officially establish the Office of Cybersecurity. And in tandem, the second pillar, We are currently working to aim to sign into effect the National Cybersecurity Strategy and Policy at the executive level. Me, in my current position, is to get all the relevant stakeholders to align with these ongoing legislations and strategies. Moreover, we are currently identifying our crown jewels. I mean, how can we secure something when we don't know what it is and we don't know how important it is for our national security? So point 3, and the main point of this presentation, I believe, is the strategic partnership. Now, as mentioned earlier, Palau is not a big place. We have 18,000 people. With a population that low, we don't have the capacity to work towards fighting against these new emerging threats. So I should list our partners, yeah. We are currently working with partners from the ASEAN Singapore Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. We also have partners from ITU, IMF, ADB, World Bank, friends from Australia, Japan, Taiwan, USA, even private sector, academia, and civil societies, and many, many more partners are looking into Palau to see how we can move forward and how we can be used as a case study. So if it weren't for these partnerships, we would have been crippled as a nation. But it would not be called a partnership if all we do is take. We want to reach out. We want to attend these conferences. We want to contribute to the greater conversation about security in the region. Next slide, please. So our roadmap is clear. 2026, this year, we aim to establish the legal and structural foundation for our national cybersecurity, developing policies and standard baselines. In 2027 to 2028, we aim to build our capacity. We want to enable strategy through human capital infrastructure investments. And in 2029, we will review and assess our progress and reiterate if needed. We need to integrate regionally and continuously improve, because resilience, much like intuition, is built and developed through time and commitment, which leads us to our final section. Next slide. The collaboration. Next slide. A quote from Nancy, the acting director of the Pacific Prosecutions of Fiji, encapsulates our situation very well. The internet has become an integral part of both our professional and personal lives. While the benefits are enormous, so too are the risks. So, throughout the Pacific, we are seeing nations aligning their cybersecurity efforts, whether by design or an effect through standardization. We have initiatives like the Pacific Island Prosecutions Training on cybercrime and electronic evidence in order to strengthen their defense and mitigate risks posed by cybercriminals. Palau is also a signatory of the UN Convention Against Cybercrimes, which multiple island nation states, such as Fiji, Nauru, and even the Philippines, etc., have also signed. Information sharing initiatives like the Pacific Fusion Center is a way to address these issues. All of these things help combat FIMI and mitigate the risks these cyber threats pose. Next slide. So, from our point of view, collective security is the only security. We cannot handle this alone. I hope Palau is a testament to that. We don't have many people, as you guys know, but we have many, many like-minded friends working towards our mutual interests. We need to counter FIMI with that cross-border unity, because borderless threats require borderless defense. Our methods must be holistic and not just from the viewpoint of the nation, but the region altogether. And I leave you with the next slide. Yes, thank you all for the opportunity and the ability for me to share our story. Kamal Masulang.
Thank you for that excellent speech. Um, Palau may be a tiny nation, but certainly it sounds like it's punching above its weight when it comes to cyber resilience and defenses, judging by your national cybersecurity strategy. Okay, we're gonna jump straight into the panel for this one. Back on stage, Professor Kuhara, Ms. Mustafa, and Ms. to form the rest of our panel. And this conversation will be led by Dr. Charmaine Willoughby, a non-resident fellow of the Strat-Based Institute and chair of the Department of International Studies of De La Salle University.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. It's such an honor to be the moderator for this session. I have tremendously enjoyed your presentations. I've got a couple of questions prepared, but I'd also like to engage our audience for any questions that they may have. So let me start the ball rolling by asking our panel members. Based on your respective areas of expertise and your experiences where you are in different parts of the region, how do you think foreign influence actors exploit the existing geopolitical and geoeconomic dynamics that we see today? So perhaps I can start with Professor Kuwahara.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think in the case of Japan, like I presented during my presentation, the divisive narratives or receptive audience are always being targeted by our adversaries or actors, malign actors. So, which tells us that they're very good at identifying receptive audiences than our, I would say, either government, public sector, as well as civil society organizations. So I believe data-driven, AI-driven research on our information ecosystem to identify and fill the void in the information space before such adversaries or malign actors arrive is always essential. And it doesn't apply only for the Japanese case, but also the regional patterns.
Okay, so what I hear you're saying is that these actors somehow know the weak points in Japan or in different aspects. For our second speaker, Ms. Mustafa, you mentioned about the ordinariness of these kinds of information campaigns, but
That's intent or the motivation. I mean, if it's political, I mean, it's geopolitical. We've seen the case of Russia. They know exactly what resonates with audience in Malaysia. They identify that Malay supremacy is a key issue in Malaysia, and that's why they went, the extra hurdle to dress up, to look like us, talk like us. It's basically them pandering to the majority demography, because and they specifically publish their op-eds in Malay language publications, because they know that's where the biggest that they want to appeal. Understand the political landscape and environment of Malaysia, anti-move and everything, and all they need to do is just exploit our own ignorance of how science work. They just want followers, they just want supporters, they just want validation. They build that echo chamber.
Thank you. Ms. Kim, anything to add to this? How do actors exploit the current geopolitical dynamics?
I agree with Kyoko about how they know how to trade their FIMI strategy on country. But I think overarching problem right now is that the world is very polarized. I hear that fact-checking as an answer, but is it really it? Like, let's say my grandpa he has a different point of view, and me bringing a fact to him is not gonna change his perspective. He's gonna get more upset with me, and it's happening in around the world. So I question how we are gonna solve this polarization issue. And from there, we can also talk about FIMI.
Okay, thank you for bringing up the idea that fact-checking is good, but sometimes we need to go beyond that. Yeah. Mr. Gushikin?
Hello, yes, okay. So I can only really talk from the point of view of the context from back home, right? I mean, what is Palau? We've never been on the center of attention until these modern times. So there wasn't really an attempt towards hacking Palau in, let's say, 2010. So during that time, Palau's digital infrastructure was very, very immature, right? But now that we're moving towards a globalized world, Palau is also moving with it. We're trying to move forward with that. So these actors have understood that and we've seen it in the reports that they've attacked, that they've had certain things within our system for many years, and we as a country weren't able to detect it. So these actors are now playing we'll just leave something there, and then when it comes to the opportune moment, we'll hit it.
All right, thank you. If I can go back to Professor Kuwahara, in your presentation, you mentioned towards the end that what is really needed is a very strong domestic capacity to withstand or to combat these kinds of activities. With that as background, what do you think are the lessons that Japan can offer to other Indo-Pacific countries?
Right. I believe what Japan could share the lessons for the regional potential future collaboration and cooperation is that our learning process in countering FIMI approach. Like I said during my presentation, the government, the Japanese government is leading actor and as a driver or sitting in the driving seat. And I wouldn't say it's not a problem. The thing is that we need a strong car, we need a good navigation system, and of course the road should be well paved, right? And the government cannot do everything by themselves. So we need whole of society approach. But at this very moment, it is good move for all of us that the government is, the Japanese government is trying to address a whole of government approach and trying to elevate the intelligence community or intelligence institute and agencies. However, the less collaboration effort with the civil society groups or private sector. So that in that case, for instance, what Taiwan has been doing with the bottom-up approach, as Da-hyun mentioned in her presentation, as well as, for instance, Canada's approach, how the government and civil society organizations have been collaborating, especially during the 2025 election period, is something that we would like to learn. And of course, including mistakes and gaps and difficulties when it comes to free speech and pre-bunking approach. So I believe that what we could share from Japanese perspective, of course, we have varieties of information operation approach or influence operations mainly from China, but the transparency, how we are evolving the countermeasures.
Thank you very much. Let me now go to Ms. Mustafa, going back again to your idea about we never really suspect these kinds of operations because they're so, they take place when our guards are down. This is quite alarming actually because based on your presentation, there are many examples, instances that this happens across the region. So I was wondering, you know, in your experience, in your studies, what trends do you think should Southeast Asia be most concerned about? And is this something that ASEAN is in a position to do something about?
So firstly, I'm going to establish the fact that I'm not a big fan of censorship, but we have to recognize that we're living in an era where information has become more democratized, and I think that's great in so many ways, but also it comes with its own setbacks because you know, we have to think and recognize the trade-offs. And I think part of the problem is what we enable and what we don't allow. You know, when we talk about enabling, we enable a lot of harm. Like, why is it that people who are not qualified to talk about health is peddling, you know, snake oil instance? Like, we've heard about how the most recent example is James Van Der Beek, who died from cancer, which was treatable, but his wife is a huge proponent of alternative medicine. And that's specifically an American problem. That's a global problem. I've seen it myself in Malaysia. I'm sure you've seen it in Philippines as well. And, you know, it's very difficult to counter that kind of information because, you know, it boils down to regulation. How much can you regulate? How much you should not regulate? And it's a very polluted environment. And I'm trying to think of because the trade-off is if you try to control that, you risk like censorship, and we already have so much censorship to begin with. In China's case, for instance, now they're introducing the law of like, you know, if you're qualified to talk about it, then you're allowed to talk about it. If you're not qualified, you're not allowed to talk about it. And I think in a way that's also great, but I'm also worried about the slippery slope it sets as well. And we have to remember that it's a very contested information environment, and part of the problem is that it really depends on what your policymakers are a fan of. If your policymaker is a fan of, you know, we've seen it, America's example. Sorry if there's any Americans in the audience. I mean, this is the way things are, right? If you're in favor of a certain figure, that's a figure that you would send, and everybody else gets, you know, gets a seat back. So I think it's a constant problem because there's no real check and balance. There's no real accountability, and that's a key point. There's no accountability. How do we establish accountability?
Do you think there's an increase in this trend of censorship within the region, though?
Well, I think when we talk about censorship, who exactly are we censoring? Because I've also seen in the case of Blue Sky, for instance, like the alternative to Twitter, you're censoring people they don't even agree, not because they're bad, they just disagree because it challenges their worldview. So they end up creating their own echo chamber, and that's just stupid.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Kim, your presentation centered on the importance of relationships because they are the foundation of, well, you have the framework, but then that's enlivened and solidified, cemented by the kinds of relationships that are built. So I was wondering, based on that idea, what strategies have proven most effective in ensuring that the relationships that we want to factor into these frameworks are the right kinds of relationships?
So I think everyone has different way of making relationship. It also aligns with your love language. Honestly, this is about people making connections. So just follow your heart on how much you want to share your passion and creating connection, because in the end, we are trying to follow that path that changes our environment that we want to live in. For me, I think having to come from, I'm South Korean. It's one of the very homogeneous country. And that is why that I'm really fascinated by the diversity. And I'm just genuinely curious about where you come from, like your culture, your language, and the perspective that you have. And I think that genuine curiosity really opens up people's heart. And when you start creating that connection, I feel like the rest of the work is much easier as long as we have money. And we also say in Korea that what's personal is the most political. So once we become friends, we share that issue and we start working together for the shared goal.
So the importance of people-to-people connections. Mr. Gushikin.
Yeah, I just wanted to add more to that because, for example, with the presentation, I showcased that we were pushing forward all of these new policies and stuff across our government. So what does that mean? That means people need to understand what the strategy is and what policies we're trying to push onto them, right? So when we do start building these types of relationships, you sort of have to come down to their level to see eye to eye, to be able to empathize with where they're coming from. So I made it a point, at least in my role as cybersecurity coordinator, is to reach out to these relevant stakeholders, to be able to talk their language, and to be able to address the current situation we have at hand, and to be able to convey to them that this is the direction that we're trying to push for, and try to align them towards that direction.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to also go back to what you presented in your remarks about the emerging types of mechanisms and cooperation mechanisms within the Blue Pacific. I'd like to ask a little bit more about the initiatives like the Pacific Island Prosecution, the Fusion Center. How is that coming along within the small island nations in the Pacific?
So I guess this is part of the greater narrative of information sharing. So it's up to at least the stakeholders to know what is happening to your neighbors around you. So with that in mind, what we're currently doing with our strategic partners is to understand what our neighbors are currently doing. So stuff like the Fusion Center or the prosecutors, the region is shifting towards understanding what we can do for cybersecurity and how we can work against cyber crimes, right? So if we're able to understand what the other Pacific nations are doing, then we can also fine-tune and create the alignment so that later down the line when we do go for these integrations, these regional integrations, it can be a lot more seamless. And that's why we're trying to standardize our defense language as well with the NIST framework. There might be other frameworks that work better with other contexts, but that's something we have to research and understand in order to enhance that regional collaboration.
Great, thank you so much. So at this point, I'd like to engage our audience in this room. If you have any questions or clarifications that you'd like to raise to our distinguished panelists, please.
Hello, thank you everyone. Thank you for the wonderful keynote speeches and the excellent panel. I've really enjoyed it. My name is Vera Karalan from the Embassy of Finland here in Manila. There was something that was touched upon very beautifully by all of your presentations, which was that the foundations for cooperation regionally, it needs to be based on, said in a little bit different words across presentations, but it needs to be based on shared values and sort of a shared reality of the situation, and through that, trust with each other. And my question for you is, how can we actually get there? Because as we can see, we struggle finding this sort of common baseline a lot of the times. We struggle finding that within our families, within our domestic issues, and even currently regionally, and with some of our traditional partners. I find that we find it difficult to agree on the baseline where we work at. And I would like to hear if you have a very sort of concrete practical examples of how do you think we can find the baseline. For instance, whenever I talk about disinformation anywhere, I love to start it with simply defining what I mean so we know what we're actually countering. So I would love to hear more of your reflections on how to find this baseline. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think what I'd like to do is to gather a couple of questions before I throw it back to our panelists, if there are others. No? Okay, so in that case, that's actually a pretty loaded question, so thank you for that. So the question is really, well, how do we get to that baseline? How do we make sure that we can tease out the shared values? How do we engender trust? Based on your respective areas of expertise, how do you do that? How do we get to ensure that we are working towards the same direction?
If I may?
Sure.
In my ideal world, there would be a bridge, a proper bridge between practitioner expertise, academia, with actual policy making, but that's not going to happen. I mean, it does happen in countries like Singapore, for instance, but that's because it really depends on your institutional strength. But if we want to try and address that at the ASEAN level, that's really difficult because, again, it boils down to the history of the ASEAN, of how it's structured. And, they have this ingrained idea of what non-interference looks like. I mean, we've seen how the discussions been about Myanmar's civil conflict, for instance, and that's not a real conversation. And that only ended with a bang when Thailand actually hit out at, those, like literally hit out at the scam compound. And I've seen the documents about the cyber scam, for instance. They don't state the country in question. They actually just focus the language on the criminality itself. So I don't think there's any actual easy answer of how to get ASEAN to be on the ball, but I think my ideal sense of world is that I would like to see a better bridge of actual expertise, because I don't know how expertise is actually being engaged into all the policy making, because let's be real, because it's so stratified, it's all based on the networks and the proximities to power. And it's very, very gated as well. So the question is, who actually is in part of the conversation and who's not? That's the real issue. So again, it boils down to the institutional strength.
Great, thank you. So that's one answer to the question of making sure that we keep the bridges open. It may be difficult. It will depend a lot on institutional and domestic capacities, but nonetheless, those bridges, those connections need to be open. Any other suggestions, Ms. Kim?
Yeah, just to add a little bit, I appreciate your question because it really shows that you're trying to find the common ground between your, I'm guessing, embassy, right? Embassy and the country. And I can see how it's difficult for you because you're representing the country. For nonprofit, it's relatively easy because we are following a vision. And our goal is to, for example, to help people to build resilience. And with that line, it's very natural for us to be with the community, like he mentioned, to understand to be part of the community and to understand their problem so that we can follow that goal of building the resilience in the context of that country. For the diplomatic people, I bet your job is not easy, but I'm guessing that it really depends on which path you want to follow. Is it about you defining what FIMI is and trying to educate people, or are you trying to understand their issue of FIMI and structure your program to serve their needs? So good luck.
Thanks, Ms. Kim. Mr. Gushikan?
Yeah, so I mean, it's always been that age-old question of which to handle first, the chicken or the egg, right? I need help. And then people ask like, okay, what do you need help with? And we reply, oh, I don't know what I need help with, right? So it's through events like these and the discussions that were made earlier, we need that level of transparency so that people are able to see clearly what is going on across the entire system. And if there are components that they don't understand, then it's up to those who are in the know to be able to bridge that gap, right? So we want to be able to inform the uninformed. So with that in mind, what we're trying to do, at least in Palau's context, is standardize that language so that we can speak the same language. And then, once again, reiterating the transparency so that we're able to see what bridges are currently being built. Because I believe that there's not just going to be one mega bridge that's going to be built. There will be multiple bridges that will be built. And these bridges, what our job is we're supposed to align these bridges so that we can all move towards that direction to get towards. Yeah.
Thank you for highlighting the significance of events like this where we can exchange insights and experiences. Professor Kawahara.
Sure. I would say the baseline of collaboration, I would state three components. So one is shared understanding on meaning of the threats for each collaborators or partners. And the second point is that shared understanding of political, cultural, and institutional gaps or landscape for each partners. And then finally, if there's enough funding for collaboration. So the reason why I'm stating this is that due to one of the factors of US factor under the Trump administration at this very moment. For instance, Japan had a memorandum of cooperation between US State Department and the Japanese MFA to counter FIMI since 2023, but it's gone at this moment because the Trump administration, Trump administration is stating that countering FIMI or countering disinformation is censorship, so we should stop that. So that's the definition of countering FIMI. So I would say the global landscape of collaboration has been dramatically changing at this very moment. So we have to make sure to every stakeholders still on board is aligned with the either wording, definition, expression, and respecting each cultural gap or political gap, and make sure if there's plenty of funding to fund, for instance, civil society organization for countering disinformation or data-driven research costs a huge amount of money. And we have to make sure that such qualitative, quantitative research and analysis are always needed to confirmed and accurate countermeasures or measures to identify our receptive audiences and what contentious topics are in our each target society. So that's my point.
Sorry, can I add on to that? I agree with you, but I forgot one more important factor that we didn't address. We're not addressing platform accountability enough. They're part of the problem. They're in fact responsible for a lot of problems. Like, I know a lot of websites that actually monetize bad content and they don't really have the moderation because they designed that kind of platform specifically for bad speech, for harm, for the macabre. That's the intent. And part of the problem is that it's difficult to address these platforms because they're not in our region. They're based in the Western Hemisphere, and they only have the satellite offices here. But because of the regional, the borders, they're only obligated to follow the laws on that side. They're not necessarily, like compliant to ours. And I think that's a huge factor that we should deliberate on as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Can I also add to all of these great, fantastic points? So I think on Kyoko's part, she is right that we do need to upskill ourselves, build our own capacity to be able to establish that this is a partnership. And me saying that it's a partnership is so that we're able to answer these questions like, oh, what do you need help with? Then I can confidently say, okay, we've done the assessments, we've done the reports. This is what we want to do. Please help us implement it this way. So really it's building towards that partnership level.
Great, thank you. Ms. Kim, any last words? All good. Well, it sounds like, this very distinguished panel highlighted the impact of a lot of these information influence operations that are happening, and they've also been able to emphasize how very personal things are, and the personal has a lot of political implications. And we also need to emphasize that responding to these kinds of threats need to be a whole of society, whole of government approach. So I know lunch is upon us, so please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking our distinguished panelists for their thoughts. Thank you.
What an excellent and well-curated discussion. And again, let me just take a minute to appreciate the diversity on this panel. We've got representation from Japan, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Palau. That's not something you get every day. So thank you, guys. Very important question that was raised that I don't think we have the answer to yet. Who gets to be the arbiter of truth? But that's something as we all need to grab some lunch, connect with some colleagues, exchange some business cards, but be careful what information you share, don't forget. Very we have to kick on the dot. Buffet, I think it's going to be a lunch buffet served outside, so please help yourselves. Tables 1 to 3, please stay where you are. The food will be brought to you. Everyone else, the food is outside. Oh, I'm so sorry. I totally forgot the photo. Can I invite Ambassador Hartman and Professor Manhit back on stage? I got too excited for the food, so I'm so sorry for that. If I could just have everyone for a quick photo. That's great to see, but now we have to kick off. Okay, we are going to move on to the third and final panel for this conference titled Building Public Resilience Against FIMI. In other words, well, this is what I call the most actionable panel of the day. Building public resilience, which is really the so what do we do from here? This morning we talked about the problem, we mapped the problem. On this session, this afternoon session is all about the people trying to solve it. The journalists, the researchers, the former military officials who have made it their mission to ask, how do ordinary citizens fight back? And this panel will also aim to explore how societies can strengthen public resilience against FIMI. And we're going to try to examine the role of media as well, and transparency in informing the public, raising awareness, and safeguarding democratic processes against FIMI operations. The discussion will identify whole of society approaches to empower communities, enhance institutional coordination, and build lasting resilience against foreign information manipulation. Okay, to open this session, we're gonna welcome to the stage a non-resident fellow of the Strat-based Institute. He's also a co-author of the publication Protecting Electoral Integrity and Democracy, addressing the threat of malign foreign influence and interference in the Philippines' 2025 midterm election. So he certainly knows a lot about FIMI operations in elections. Please give a warm welcome to Rear Admiral Rommel Jude Ong.
Thank you, Regina, for the introduction. Normally, when I was still in the academy, this slot is open for topics that the plebes can sleep over. So, bear with me. So the topic provided to me was the following, is as shown. Next slide. So we're gonna do it 101. We have to step back and look at the CCP first before we do FIMI. So this is the strategic objective of the Chinese Communist Party. It's basically waging a global insurgency to upend the current international order. International order being that was set up during the Bretton Woods Accord of 1945. Objective being create a Sinocentric international order, hopefully by 2049. Next slide. I got this from Mikhail Bokus. Mikhail is a Polish academe. He stayed in Beijing for, I think, 9 years. So I got this from his lecture, which I lifted. And he said 3 principles that we need to look at when dealing with the party. Number 1, they will always keep pushing forward and never back down unless there is resistance. Okay, take note. And think of West Philippine Sea while you're thinking of that. Eliminate all potential threats as soon as they're identified, even if it comes to a cost. Third, there are no limits to expansion, be it foreign or domestic. Okay, so those are the principles of the Chinese Communist Party, implemented or executed both domestically and in foreign terms. Next, please. We're using the word FIMI. I'm going back to the more traditional terms that we tend to mix and match until we're confused. Okay. So the first one is political warfare. Okay. It's a broad set of coercive, deceptive, and manipulative tactics used to influence, divide, and dominate foreign democratic societies. Remember, as far as the party is concerned, democracy is a threat. Second is unrestricted warfare, which is more or less identified with, I think, two PLA Air Force colonels who wrote Unrestricted Warfare that it later evolved into the three warfare strategy. The third one is United Front work. Okay. Mechanism for co-opting elites, be it political or business, institutions, and the diaspora, or the Chinese, Filipino-Chinese committees, the case of the Philippines. Next slide. So we're only going to deal with two, political warfare and United Front work. For political warfare, it is deeply embedded in the CCP doctrine, operationalized through state organs and party organs. Okay? It seeks to condition behavior, not just to direct it, through psychological manipulation. So that's where one of the I part of FIMI comes into play. It exploits the openness of democratic societies to infiltrate and influence media, academia, business, and government. Next slide. This is not mine. I borrowed it from John Cole. He's an academe as well, based in Taiwan. He used to work with IRI. I use this because it's simpler compared to other books on political warfare, which is more, it takes a while to read. So if you understand these 6 vectors, more or less, you can have an understanding of what it is. My worry is when we look at FIMI, it seems we're just concentrating on one aspect of it, the opinion favorable to China. But it's much broader than that. Okay, the first one on the tentacle is using economic influence, economic vectors to gain political influence. Think Pogo. Because Pogo came in not as a sort of a gambling activity, it came in as a investment. But somewhere down the line, criminal activity came into play, so now it becomes online gambling. Okay. Second is hard to swallow, this one. CCP defined, repression, censorship, surveillance to other markets. Think Xinjiang. And try to import what's happening in Xinjiang to your country, that's what that means. It almost happened to us with the Safe Philippines project during the previous administration. It was supposed to be pilot tested in Manila and Davao. Fortunately, the Senate did not approve that project. Okay. Corruption is self-explanatory. Shaping global opinion, I think that's where we are now when we talk of FIMI. The fifth one is subnational engagement. The theory here is, if I cannot influence your central government, I will undermine you by influencing your local government. Okay. So what I'm saying is, when we talk of electoral interference or electoral influence, we're not only talking of national candidates. We need to look at the governors, the mayors, somewhere down the line. Okay. The third one, the last one, is economic psychological warfare. I think, and this is where the gray zone operations in the West Philippine Sea comes in. Okay. The psychological part is the tactic itself. The economic part is the fact that Scarborough is a food resource, so it impacts on food security. And Reed Bank is an energy resource, so it impacts on energy security. So when we deal with the West Philippine Sea, it's not just we're not talking of the fisher folks alone. We're talking of economic issues that had impact on the country over the next few years. Okay. Next. So we now go from political warfare to United Front work. So I just allow you to read what was stated here. What is United Front work? Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the structure of the United Front work. Now, United Front work has different aspects, no? It's an activity, it's a doctrine, it's also an organization. So United Front work is part of the party's, one of the party's departments. Normally, it works with the propaganda department and the international liaison department. Okay. So the structure is there. and the activities are here. Note that the United Front Work Department operates both domestically and foreign. Okay, so it operates also in mainland China, particularly in areas like Tibet, Xinjiang, in other areas that are not really part of Han China. Okay, next. Next. Sorry. Now I'm going to use the slides I got from IRI, so I borrowed it. I asked for permission. So these are the pillars of influence. Okay, so that's why I'm saying maybe yung FIMI, my problem is FIMI, it might be creating a silo that we're saying this is only it. It's not. Okay, it's not. It's more broader than that. Here we're looking at economic information. So yung FIMI natin, information manipulation. We're not looking at the economic and political part. Next. So, just on information manipulation tools and tactics, okay, 5 minutes. These are the gamut of tools and tactics. So dito yung harassment of critics, that's where J. Tarela comes in. Okay. Harassment. Platform control, I think that was mentioned earlier. TikTok, that's platform control. Journalist cultivation training, we know of Filipino journalists that were invited for tours in China. Okay. Of course, academic think tanks, we're familiar with them. And targeting the diaspora, meaning the Filipino-Chinese community. Okay, next slide. Bibilisan ko na, 5 minutes. Okay, in this slide, we just need to understand why China is concentrating on the Philippines. So if we understand the maritime context or maritime strategic context, then we would understand why China is invested in actually wasting its time in trying to influence the Philippines to become its friend. Okay? So China's maritime strategy requires the axis of advance, a north, a center, and a south. We're familiar with the south because it passes through South China Sea. The middle one passes through between Taiwan and northern Philippines. And it ends up where? Venezuela and Panama Canal. The north end, you know where it ends up? Greenland. So from there you understand why Trump is fixated on those features. This axis has both military and economic components to it. Okay, next. Sige, next. Okay, so usually this is where I say to my students, if you just memorize this slide, you don't have to listen to the rest of my lecture. Okay. So the Philippines is confronting China on two fronts. The hard power part, which we know in the West Philippine Sea, but the sharp power part, we're just knowing of it now. We're getting the awareness only now. It works at the diplomatic, propaganda, and economic levels. Okay? Through influence operations, or we call it FIMI. The objective is to shape our attitude and behavior as well as affect our decision-making of our political and economic elites. Next. So why would they invest in those? Example for diplomatic, how to weaken the Philippine-US alliance. Okay. Second would be how do we promote a pro-China government? This one is critical because we're dealing with it. We're preparing for the February 25 rally. Okay, we had this problem in the September 21 and the November 30 rally. This is preparation to sow discord in domestic politics. Shaping of public opinion towards a pro-China stance. Those were prevailing themes during the September 21 and November 30 rally. So if you're saying those are domestic issues, no. There is another state actor involved. Next. Next. Okay, some of our recommendations. We need to regulate our sister city arrangements. Okay. These are it only requires a memorandum circular from the Department of Interior and Local Government to fix this problem. I think they're fixing it already, but it needs more fixing. Next. Okay, we already, in our second study at the Policy Center, the draft law we got was adopted by Congresswoman Rachel Arenas. So it's one of the 6 bills that were forwarded for deliberation in the Defense and Security Committee of the House. Okay? We may need to look at whether the FARA law is still relevant, because there is one, but it was never used. Okay? And there's, of course, there's amendment to the anti-espionage law. We need to establish a foreign investment review office. We passed the Public Service Act law, before the end of Duterte administration. It has a section 24 in the PSA for national security vetting. My problem with that is, number one, I'm not sure if the IRR was finished. If it is, that's good. Second is, if you're going to have a body that are all made up of guys from trade and investment trying to vet national security issues, then Houston, still have a problem. Okay? So you need national security guys sitting on the table as well. Second, next. We need to monitor the sale of strategic real estate. This is not new. The US has this experience. Okay? When China started buying farmlands around US Air Force bases. Okay? We don't have a land use act. So it's an open field. They can just ask a Filipino proxy to buy real estate for them. So the running joke that I have with the armed forces is, who knows, maybe they already bought all the beachfront properties in Zambales facing the South China Sea without us knowing. Okay. We need a counter-political warfare coordinator at the NSA. I would recommend my classmate there sitting, General Valencia. But we need one, a counter-political warfare, because all the gamut of these activities are not military activities alone. They transcend both economic, cultural, etc. So you need somebody from somewhere who can look at it from a full dime spectrum: diplomatic, information, military, economic, political, legal, security. I think that's the end. Next. Okay. So this was extracted from my paper on the theory of victory. These are things that we need to do. One, we must prevent the isolation of the country from our alliance and partners. Third, we need to prevent political and social discord in our country. Third, we must prevent sowing distrust among government agencies in our government. And fourth, and this has to do with escalation, we must prevent ourselves from being compelled to give up national interest because we are afraid of escalation. Okay. I think that's the last. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Admiral, you have time for 2 questions. Do you have time for 2 questions?
So I need to leave, but I can answer questions.
Okay. So he has 5 minutes to answer questions. I'll ask the first one. Out of all the threats you talked about, 6 vectors of political warfare, united front work system, pillars of influence, and so on and so forth, what are you most worried about?
My worry is the response mechanism that government needs to put in play. Because we can study FIMI to death. But when do we actually start acting on it? Okay. I work with our intelligence agency in terms of capacity building. It takes time, but we need to start somewhere. Okay. So that threat is there. It's compelling. The issue now is, and I think this is part of our panel 3, is when do you start setting up your resiliency mechanisms? We needed that yesterday.
We don't have it yet?
Not yet.
Well, that was going to be my next question. I mean, we know so much about the strategy and the tactics and the framework. Do we have the means to counter these?
Yes, we do. We have the talent and the the structure. When I lecture this to the armed forces, I would always say there is a very thin line between how we address the CPP, NPA, and the local communists and the Chinese Communist Party threat because they both follow the Leninist, Marxist, Maoist doctrine. Okay? They follow the same tactics. It just manifests differently, but the areas where they manifest is the same. Schools, government, local communities. They just have more money.
Does anyone have a question for Admiral, Rear Admiral Ong?
Okay, wala.
Dr. Yu is the moderator for the next panel. I'm wondering if he has any questions from that table.
So there was a discussion about elections a while ago, and we didn't quite see elections in the presentation. Would you like to share like some of those techniques that we've observed in 2025, and maybe what we should be doing more? Now, I know the speaker this morning mentioned already a lot of work done with respect to the 2025 elections, but I'm sure foreign actors would have adopted. And since our election cycle is starting early, it would be interesting to see like what are the things we should be looking at as well. Thank you.
Well, it's either you address the supply side or you address the demand side of the problem. My focus would be on the supply side, which is the voter. So voter literacy would be my approach to resiliency. We can always look at trying to harden the technical infrastructure of the Commission on Elections, but it's always a sort of a running game between the defenders and the attackers. Okay, so you are once the other side catches up, the other one will try to reverse the process. So it's a spy versus spy game, like, and it depends it depends where you are situated in 2028, whether we are more dominant or not. So I would go for the supply side.
Could you expand a little bit on the supply side? The supply side.
The voters. Voter literacy.
Comes back to the voters, doesn't it? Okay, we shall let you go. Please give a warm round of applause for Rear Admiral Rommel Jude Ong. Thank you, sir. Okay, that was a fantastic and eye-opening presentation, and now we're going to move on to our next speaker. He is an editor at press1.ph and also a former chair and assistant professor of the Department of Journalism at the University of Santo Tomas. Of course, now we're going to go into what media can do to combat the problem. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Felipe Salvosa II.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address this esteemed audience. Okay, one of the most difficult things to admit in discussions about FIMI is that in reality we continue to, especially in the media, we continue to figure out how to deal with it effectively. Yan ang problema. We operate in an information environment, as many speakers have said, shaped by powerful and opaque algorithms. And these algorithms, they reward speed, especially outrage, and repetition. Meanwhile, journalism and fact-checking, we operate on a different logic, which is the discipline of verification, accuracy, and accountability. The truth is, no newsroom, especially the small ones who are focused on anti-disinformation and anti-FIMI work, can realistically compete with algorithmic amplification on its own terms. This is why we at Press One, and of course our colleagues, think that counter FIMI work is really slow work and even unglamorous. No? For one, it does not scale easily. It does not trend as often as we'd like it to. No? It does not produce quick results. But that does not mean it's ineffective. At press1.ph, we were founded shortly before the pandemic as a fact-check organization to prepare for the elections. And then we moved on to anti-disinformation and anti-FIMI work in recent years. We have learned early on that trying to fact-check everything is neither practical nor even humanly possible. Chasing after every false claim means we risk amplifying these false claims. And in the process, we experience burnout. We exhaust our researchers and journalists, not to mention confuse our audiences. So we cannot be fact-check machines as what some senators would like us to do. Instead, what we have done in recent years is we make deliberate editorial choices. That means prioritizing high-impact narratives. That means slowing down, especially in cases when we need more clarity than speed. And we also realize that we have to be careful with our voice. Tone and language matters. We don't want fact checks and our stories to sound like we are scolding our readers, because that might trigger their defensiveness. We should write in the vernacular. So we're among the few fact checkers who publish our fact checks in Filipino and other regional languages. What happens is when we don't watch our tone, people disengage. Not necessarily because they do not like to be confronted with facts, but because they reject the implied hierarchy of knowledge or the implied hierarchy of virtue. So we invite our readers into how we make our case, how we reason. We explain why a claim seems believable, how we consider the evidence, and we also are not ashamed to admit where there is still uncertainty. So last year we stumbled upon an annoying trend that we now call news cycle disinformation. So these are utterly false and outrageous claims about false resolutions or false endpoints. For instance, this senator was arrested or this senator died. Patently untrue, but they keep on being repeated on different platforms. So these claims are engineered not to endure, but to move faster than verification. So parang nananadya sila na pagurin ng mga fact checkers. These narratives are timed to break during peak moments of reader attention, public attention. So during crises, during elections, during diplomatic incidents, because by the time that the journalists find the energy or resource or time to verify or contextualize them, the news cycle has already moved on. And of course, the objective of these information peddlers is not to win the argument permanently, but to try to shape first impressions, dominate the initial coverage, leave a residue of doubt, before the corrections come in. So in that kind of environment, as you could imagine, speed is the weapon, and it exploits the lag between algorithm and journalistic work. So faced with that kind of reality, we have found that shifting from claim-by-claim debunking to spotting patterns and exposing trends can be more effective. So when journalists surface recurring narratives, coordinated behavior, consistent framing across platforms and actors, we move from mere correction, no, to explanation. We found that trends tell a more compelling story than isolated falsehoods. So trends reveal intent, scale, structure, no? And as we have experienced last year, they provide policymakers and legislators with something harder to dismiss, which is the evidence of systemic problem that demands a systemic response. So this shift has also shaped how we work with others. So we recognize that no single newsroom can match the scale or power of platforms and algorithms. No? We have found it far more effective and even more rewarding, no? um, to collaborate rather than compete, no? To amplify each other rather than outscoop each other. So we've had a lot of fun working with other newsrooms like Probe Productions of Cheche Lazaro, Philstar.com, PCIJ with Regine, for instance, Minda News, Verifiles, Rappler, and others. So working with them allows us to amplify the other newsrooms' verified findings. We, of course, reinforce our common standards. We extend the lifespan of our stories, no? Instead of, a lifespan of less than a week, no? Other newsrooms can amplify to their own audiences and reach a far bigger audience. So in an information environment that's often distorted, no, by scale and algorithm and asymmetry, we have found that collaborating with other newsrooms is not just a practical choice, but it's also part of our strategy. No? Earlier, I said that we cannot defeat algorithms by copying their logic because algorithm rewards outrage, journalism, no? Meanwhile, depends on good judgment. So instead of chasing viral stories, we aim for longevity or durability. So right now we aim for work that perhaps can be cited later, reused by researchers or educators, and relied upon by institutions. So we believe that public resilience is not instant, it's cumulative. No? It accumulates over time. And perhaps because of our work, and of course, the important work of all of our other colleagues, no? Legislation is now on the table. No? Rear Admiral Ong mentioned earlier an anti-FIMI bill in the committee of Congresswoman Arenas. No? Counter-disinformation bills, of course, are important, particularly in the context of elections, national security, foreign interference, and of course, states have a legitimate interest in responding to organized information attacks. But I would like to use my platform right now to remind everyone that these laws are also double-edged swords. In addition to general counter-disinformation measures, as mentioned earlier, there's a separate bill focused on FIMI. Now, the intent is understandable. However, the version of the bill that they're discussing attempts to regulate forms of communication themselves rather than targeting covert coordination or mass deception or inauthentic behavior. For us, this is a serious concern. No? From the perspective of journalism, it is extraordinarily difficult, if not dangerous, to regulate speech communication without chilling legitimate reporting, not just reporting, commentary, and even research. Once the state is empowered to police communication broadly, the risk of overreach is not theoretical, especially in the kind of society that we have. Some versions of these bills, no, may unintentionally penalize channels that currently serve as the lifeblood of small newsrooms, particularly those engaged in fact-checking, anti-FIMI, anti-disinformation, and work. Right now, I tell you that there's no viable business model for the kind of work that we do. No? First, flat platforms, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't want to reward it anymore. Audiences do not want to pay for it. And the market, no, there are no market incentives to do it. No? So as a result, organizations like ours, we rely often on grants, philanthropy, international partnerships, project-based funding. No? The problem is there could be blanket suspicion or restriction of foreign funding. But we need, no, it's fine, it's okay, we recognize that. But there has to be clear distinctions between covert influence operations and for public interest journalism. Otherwise, we risk information and FIMI, we might create a vacuum that manipulation will happily take over. No? This is why we believe that regulation must be as precise as we can manage it. What we often see are not isolated individuals who are expressing controversial opinions, but they are organized for profit systems, troll farms, coordinated inauthentic networks, influence operations, that try to disguise themselves as organic activity. These are also, there are also scams, of course, that victimize the public. These are not speech in good faith. These are industrial scale systems of manipulation. Regulating these systems should be less about content and more about transparency and disclosure, more about financial flows, labor practices even, platform-based coordination, and even cross-border accountability. We believe that any serious counter-FIMI framework should include, first, protection of journalism and legitimate expression, including research and commentary, of course. It should also deal with targeted, coordinated, deceptive, and inauthentic operations, and should recognize the economic realities of public interest research, journalism, and information work. To end, I think we should remember that resilience is not built through speed, or even spectacular force. It is built based on how careful we tell our stories, how careful we exercise our power, and how careful institutions treat the public. In anti-FIMI work, this level of care is often behind the scenes. We carefully source our stories, we carefully research our stories, we collaborate to produce output for the public, and we privilege the surfacing of truth over individual accomplishment or credit. We may not always see immediate results, but over time, these small acts should accumulate and restore trust where it was already thinned, and perhaps build up a favorable view in the eyes of the public, and remind us that our democracy survives not because we are all loud about it, but because we are patient. We are patient, and in that level of patience, in areas like journalism, in public policy, in the academe, in research, in advocacy, we believe that resilience will be able to take root. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Salvosa, for reminding us we all need to be patient as well in this battle. I have to say, it is true that the journalism industry has a very, shall we say, deeply uncomfortable relationship with FIMI because often we also become unwitting amplifiers of misinformation. So we do have a lot of self-reflection to do on that part. Okay, I am our final speaker for this session co-authored a book titled Rewriting Reality, the Information War That Defined 2025. That's the year we just came out of. And she's already written a book about it. Please welcome on stage former Washington Post reporter Regine Cabato.
Hello, thank you so much everyone for having me. Ambassador Hartman, Professor Tinto, thank you for having me today. Just to clarify, it's not actually a book, just an article for the Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism, but it is part of a series of investigations that I am working on about foreign information manipulation. That being said, I've been watching malign influence since around 2019, and what stands out to me has been its emerging hybrid nature. First slide. That's why I've characterized modern propaganda machines as a cyborg. They are part machine and part human, and there are two emerging aspects to this. First, disinformation watchers often say that the goal of any influence operation is to become organic eventually. The goal of every lie is to become true, at least for the people who believe in it. And in that sense, we currently have noticed that there are such trends already. That you have one part of the propaganda machine that is powered by troll farms, powered by AI, and then you have another part that is powered or fueled by true believers, by diehard quote-unquote supporters. And then there is another aspect as well to this hybridity that is emerging, which is that foreign interference is not only foreign, but now a collaboration with domestic actors. One example of that has come out recently is the Infinitus operation, which I'm sure that most of you have already heard about. But next slide. One other example of this type of hybrid collaboration that I want to bring to the table is research that I've done for my master's thesis covering pro-Duterte influencers who have gone to Beijing-sponsored content training, quote-unquote, to quote-unquote content training seminars. I looked at 6 months worth of content from the top 3 Facebook influencers who have been revealed to go to this event. And what I've coming out of that data has kind of revealed that in the 6 months before the midterm, none of these influencers have ever deviated from China's messaging. I compared their text posts on Facebook to China embassy statements from the start of 2022, so the start of the Marcos administration, mid-2022, the start of the Marcos administration. And what we found was basically that they translated, supplemented, and even supercharged with aggression and with rudeness official Beijing narratives. In that sense, my working hypothesis is that pro-Duterte fanaticism is very often the Trojan horse through which pro-Beijing rhetoric is seeded among Filipino audiences. Next slide. What we're seeing here is a form of malicious influencer diplomacy. Influencer diplomacy is often less a soft power move where influencers are deployed typically for benign cultural reasons. And we've seen China and many other countries deploy this for the Olympics, for tourism ambassadors. But in the Philippine case in particular, we are seeing that China is deploying this method for political reasons. And so influencer diplomacy moves from a soft power function to a sharp power tool. Next slide. Because of this weaponization, what we can conclude is that these content creators are being fielded to become discontent creators. They are effectively sowing distrust and undermining the state in ways that are aligned with foreign interests. And the ambiguous, opaque nature of the content training program that they've attended abroad, as well as their ability to turn a profit from it because of the business models of these platforms, make it impossible to tell where foreign and private interests as individuals start and end, because both parties have enough plausible deniability at the end of the day. They are a cyborg essentially because we don't know to what degree they are working or funded by the state apparatus. But the end result is the same, which is that foreign state narratives are funneled through the mouths of Filipino talking heads. And the reason why China has been able to innovate with this is because on its own, next slide, China has not actually been very good at influence by itself. They cannot do it, I think, without Filipino expertise. Back in 2019, Facebook easily detected and downed a network traced to China that was promoting Sara Duterte and Amy Marcos. But the network actually did not have that wide of a reach. It was very obviously full of shell accounts with no following. Fortunately for us, China doesn't really know how to appeal or to communicate to democratic societies. But unfortunately for us, we have a thriving local disinformation economy that will tell them or teach them how to do that. Next slide. What China is aiming to go toward is narrative resilience. So they didn't, the stories they threw at the wall or the methods they threw at the wall in 2019 didn't work. So they tried again, this time collaborating with new characters. And the goal for us should be to achieve that same narrative resilience. The working definition for narrative resilience here being that we need to be able to future-proof the stories that we tell ourselves as a culture and as a country. Sir Jay mentioned earlier, for example, that Filipinos have a tendency towards collective forgetfulness. And what we need to do is to protect the collective memory of the Filipino. We have to reach a point where the average Filipino, when picked out of a crowd, should be able to dismiss Beijing propaganda. One of the ways that we can do this, next slide, is to basically think of the machine in different parts. This is a framework that I picked up during my time at Oxford examining propaganda machineries. When you look at a propaganda machine, it is composed of primarily three things: the producer, the marketer, and the distributor. The producer being the client, in this case a politician or the foreign state that commissions the lie, the marketer being the medium that spreads the lie or that strategizes how to spread it, and the distributor, that is the mechanism or the platform, the algorithm where that spread happens. Next slide. Earlier, Admiral Ong already talked a bit about supply and demand, so I want to expound on this particular idea. When you break down a propaganda machine into different parts, it's much easier to see this information as a trade. And that helps us to understand that there is a reward system for it. And what we have to do is to disincentivize that reward system. So malign influence operations occur in a supply chain. And the trends that we see, for example, deep fake use, bot use, these are not just trends, but rather products that are offered by marketing companies to the client in particular. And so that emphasizes that there is a profit that is gained from this. Next slide. This information then is cascaded from strategists and marketers down sort of supply chain where it then gets spread out and finally comes down to a community where true believers can pick it up and spread it even more. Next slide. Very often, legislators only want to look at the downstream end of this information flow. They want to police the content that is already out there. But very rarely will you see proposals where legislators want to look at the campaigning aspect or the profiteering aspect of the supply chain, because the methods or motives of the spread come from the same mechanism that enables politicians or these legislators to have their own political propaganda machinery. It is the same it's the same companies, the same industry, essentially, that allows the personal propaganda machines of politicians to operate. Next slide. So if disinformation is a river, these are different solutions or safety nets that should exist at various points of the stream. It should address different parts of the lie machine to further filter and weaken a malign narrative as it moves or spreads downstream towards the larger audience. Some of these interventions include campaign finance transparency, influencer bans, or audience interventions like media literacy and fact-checking. But some interventions have yet to be conceptualized or implemented or perfected, whether that's, next slide, FIMI legislation that can disincentivize the connivance of local and foreign actors, private industry interventions like the suspension of ad or PR companies that have been found to engage in black ops, or other sorts of interventions that are currently under discussion in policymaking tables. I think one pitch that I would personally, that I find personally appealing and that I would like to put out there is how important it is to take a look at profit models and how we should consider how to make profiteering off of FIMI potentially illegal. Between 2019 to 2021, Facebook ran political ads that it took down from China's state-sponsored media because they allegedly broke Facebook advertising rules and they ran without a required disclaimer. But my question now is, in those 2 years, what happened to the money that was paid to run those ads? I don't think it very likely that Facebook returned it. Influencers similarly monetize from FIMI-aligned narratives. So they ride on the algorithm to be able to turn a profit, even though they have been banned from platforms before or repeatedly for violating guidelines. My question again is, where does that money go? And why do these influencers who are repeat offenders allowed to continue to profit? My sense is that if platforms collect that money, they should be fined. And those fines should go to researchers like me. Narrative resilience, I would say, doesn't just happen downstream through voter education, media literacy, etc. It's everything all around the supply chain. And it also happens when audiences down here below have a very clear understanding of what happens up top. Right, next slide. So now that we've talked about the supply flow, let's talk about the demand end and the surrounding climate that enables the supply. This information works because there is a demand for it. It answers a question that people have, affirms their belief, or it quells their fears. So we have to answer the socioeconomic problems that will make people less vulnerable to disinformation and exploitation. For my colleagues in the Coast Guard, for example, I can tell you right now that the number one thing on my feed right now that is denting Coast Guard trust is response time to disaster. I come from Zamboanga City, and in the last month, there has been a lot of grief and dissatisfaction regarding the recent and the recurrent sinking of substandard passenger ships. And in my feed, personally, from real people, I see sentiment from people who have used that incident or see that incident as an erosion of trust for the Coast Guard. And it drives them toward at least that being said, have been able to tell their story better, But information integrity-minded Filipinos are up against well between the interests of certain domestic political factions and foreign manipulation. There is a need, I think, for targeted, diverse language catering to micro communities. So that is to say, people like Cebuano-speaking Filipinos, the diaspora, Mindanaoans, people who are most vulnerable to China-friendly disinformation. These three angles are my own personal observations of explored approaches to which we can explain FIMI to a broader set of Filipinos. That is to say, we have to explain to Filipinos why FIMI matters to them on a gut level. I do not think that Mindanaoans, for example, clearly understand that there are stakes for their electricity prices when it comes to West Philippine Sea. Filipinos far away from West Philippine Sea because they own Chinese with logos, with local politicians who might be aligned with China. And being able to explain that connection with them has more resonance than explaining West Philippine Sea in particular. And finally, there's a need for an appeal to emotion. If FIMI capitalizes on toxic biases, fears, negative emotions, information advocates should probably appeal to positive emotions for a change, to joy, humor, empathy, solidarity with other Filipinos. And in this particular case, it's visuals, I would say, of fishermen at sea, visuals of fellow Filipinos at work, that would best appeal to Filipinos across the board. If China's discontent creators are covert, the Philippines can also rise to meet it with transparent influencer ambassadorship, working with influencers who are like-minded, who have the same values, who can help them reach a wider audience. And that leads me to, last slide, how we need to be able to engage civilians and civil society to be able to understand the role that every person plays. This is part of a framework by Journalism and Design Lab in which they lay out different hats that various people can wear as facilitators, as sense makers, and so on and so forth. These are just a few of the roles laid out here. China, through well-funded operations and the constant bombardment of disinformation, is aiming for the resilience of their narrative. So how do we build ours? For our narrative to stand a chance, we should break the machine that we are up against into different parts and return to make sense of it to the cyborg imagery. We need to address both the human aspect of the machine and the machine aspect. To address the machine, we have to target its supply chain. To address the human, we need to stem the demand for disinformation and to appeal to people's humanity. And hopefully be able to work together and collaborate while we're at it. Because where the role of journalists and the role of civil society, academics, political scientists, lawyers, the security sector, and so on begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Reg, for that excellent presentation. So article, not a book. You wrote an article as part of a series of articles. Thank you for laying it across so succinctly as well, which is to fight FIMI, we really need to dismantle the profit model behind it, although of course that's a lot more difficult said than done. A lot easier said than done, rather, sorry. Okay, we're gonna jump right into our final panel for today. So may I invite Mr. Salvosa back on stage to join this panel. And moderating this session is the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Novair Technologies.
He is also a faculty member at the Department of Information Systems and Computer Science at the Ateneo de Manila University. And please give a warm welcome to Dr. William Yu.
Hello and good afternoon. So I'm standing between you and going home on a Friday night. So let's make this quick. And there was a lot. I'd like to thank you guys for the presentation. There's a lot to unpack, and let's get started. So first off, and I don't mince words, so we are the petri dish of influence quite well. Although I didn't hear that until now, that we have this nice mix of we are democratic and kind of Western and system. In particular, we're talking about a system that rewards attention. And I think you did mention as well that attention is scandalous news, rage bait, etc. Is the attention that drives hits and views and the like. So how would you suggest? Because I know there are calls for platforms to be more accountable, and there is a healthy amount of research on coordinated inauthentic behavior. But what else could we be doing? Because I don't think we're making a dent in that particular area, Mr. Jean.
That's a very good question. Honestly, I think a lot of the attention is really driven by bot farms, troll farms. A lot of it is quite inauthentic in nature. And I would be very curious to see if tools, research can be developed that will be able to detect this, or if platforms can be compelled to make takedowns happen faster and to be transparent about those takedowns. But to a degree, I think legislation might be needed for that to happen. And I know that there are so many bills pending now in Congress, and civil society, some people who are in this room right now are working on trying to get legislators to look at a version of the fake news bill that doesn't look at content moderation, that rather looks at inauthentic spread. So those might be one of the possible interventions to resolve that. But for now, it's really, I would say, a platform responsibility.
You would like to add?
Did you notice that after the announcement, the big announcement, all of these posts, asking for engagement, asking for smileys, heart reactions, and other engagement types,
Yes.
all of a sudden they sprouted. So I'm assuming most of that is inauthentic.
Yeah.
Meant
Yeah.
to condition our minds into feeling the inevitability of a certain political candidacy. So yeah, the bill is definitely relevant. But as I said in my talk earlier, we should look at in authenticity, coordination, financing mechanisms, operations, PR operations, that profit from these types of arrangements. Now, I'm not going to be saying that I have the perfect framework to address that, but that is something that our policymakers and legislators need to look into, rather than content. Because once you go into content, well, of course, we have community standards on social media, right? We have come to accept community standards. But for a single government office or entity to be, there's one version of the bill that's basically going to be a truth office. I think that's going to be struck down by the Supreme Court because of constitutional infirmities. So rather than looking at content, we might want to look at networks.
Truth off is very Orwellian, right? So it's it's a scary thought, but fighting amplification, or at least inauthentic amplification, is something that can be algorithmically done, right? And when people do these things, I think it's sometimes we feel, or at least I personally feel, it's political will or commercial will on the platforms, because they can fight it if they wanted to. In the 2025 elections, Meta did not automatically take down political content, etc., but Google did, right? So I think if they wanted to, they could. So my follow-up question is, what do you think would drive them to do that? Is legislation the only answer, or is there another way?
You're absolutely right. I think that if they wanted to, they could. And this whole setup of platforms not having an office locally, it is an excuse, I would say, for them to not be held accountable to what happens locally. So I think whatever version of legislation might be passed should compel platforms, if they want to operate in the Philippines, to have an office here. Not in an Orwellian type of way, but just to make coordination easier. And that doesn't just go for political types of disinformation. It also goes for things like scams, things like sexual harassment, etc. Because deepfakes are also used for that same purpose. And the same technology that enables that enables political disinformation, right? So it's kind of like I think writing to like all these different social issues at the same time. So what can compel them? I really do think that you have to hurt their profit model a bit, like I said earlier. So, for example, you have to, like if they have to be compelled elsewhere in Southeast Asia, for example, they've had no choice but comply with these draconian Orwellian fake news laws because they want to keep operating in those countries. But in our particular case, I think one thing that would benefit us that more or less would be nonpartisan agreement is that nobody should profit off of foreign interference at all. So they should be compelled, I think, by some rule of some sort to give up that money.
Right, very difficult questions. You did mention a while ago careful stories, right? That we have to take the time to produce good stories. We have to make them linger longer. We should not fight the instant cycle and not fight the battle that these guys are playing. But with respect to that, how do we adjust the desire to have carefully curated stories in a system that rewards these fast cycles? I mean, is it sufficient to have a group of like-minded journalists just amplify each other? Is that sufficient? Or what are your thoughts on seeing that through?
Yeah, it's very difficult to answer, but you answered it
So
already.
I'm now afraid that I won't
You
get
answered it
invited.
already. I mean, we had this network. There are many networks in the Philippines. So there's an academe fact-checking network. There's a network where Rappler is taking the lead. No? And there's also a group of IFC and International Fact-Checking Network accredited organizations working together informally. We have, I think this is something new, no? Because we are so used to competing against each other for scoops. But what we come to realize is that we're more effective if we amplify each other, or we work with each other to come out with stories. For instance, Regine and our team and Philstar.com, we came out with the 2025 year in review. They came out. I just edited it. They came out with it, and we enjoyed working with each other. So because again, we can't do it alone. We cannot defeat the platforms and our algorithms on our own. At least if we band together, at least we have a decent chance or fighting chance.
Yeah, and that's a good, it's a good thought to take home with as well, that our beating the scoop mindset may not be the solution anymore,
It's
right?
not.
I mean, that worked when we were selling physical. It may still work in Japan, though, with 70% people still reading newspapers. But here, it's no longer the case. Just because you came out with the story first doesn't mean you'll be on the feed first, right?
Doesn't matter to
the algorithm,
to the one holding the phone.
Correct. The one
who
holding
comes
the
out
phone.
with the story
So it's
first.
like a different mindset as well, and a different set of incentives, I guess. And just to just to add that as well. I mean, when we were fighting fake news in the run-up to the 2016 elections, there were already signs of FIMI at the time. Although we didn't use the word then, it was already, and these fact-checking networks working with the Commission on Election, we created the first group that actually did that. It became a model for Facebook to implement it worldwide. So I think models like that are great. And now we're in the petri dish of these things, so I'm sure you guys may come out with a more creative one that can beat algorithmic speed with more curated or more longer lasting content.
Just to add to what Regine said earlier, our recent experience shows us that when national governments pass legislation, the platforms will have to follow.
Yeah.
They always follow because they don't want to get out of business. That's why it's important that we craft our own version, not necessarily following this or that model because their context might not be applicable to us. No, so we have a different context. We're different from Singapore, for instance. In the Philippines, we are more fragmented, we are more polarized. No? So their approach might be working for them, but for us, no. We have to find out what approach works for us.
Yeah, and I think the DICT secretary mentioned it, like the platforms actually want legislation, right? If you tell us to do it, we will do it. So that's also a dangerous thing because, again, truth offices and etc. can sneak into legislation, hence the need to be careful. I'll shift a bit back to you, Regine. So, maligned influencer ban, right? That sounds dangerously close to China expert approach, right? How do you draw the line?
Yeah, yes. I don't actually think that they should be banned necessarily. Suspensions, I think, it comes in levels, right? Suspensions first. Particularly if they already are breaching the community guidelines that are already in place for these networks. Because the problem that we're seeing is that a lot of these influencers are actually breaking Facebook and the platform's own rules about disinformation spread, about spreading deepfakes, but they're not being held to account by the own rules of by the platform's own rules. Probably because the platforms have poor content moderation mechanisms, and the reason why they have poor content moderation mechanisms is because they are not based in the Philippines, quote unquote. So it kind of is a chicken or an egg, right? So in that particular sense, I don't necessarily think that people have to be banned, but they have to go through different layers that will prevent their reach. So even before suspension, there's also shadow banning. So it's limiting their reach because everyone has a right to free speech, but you don't necessarily have a right to have an audience. You don't have the right to right? Especially if you are a serial disinformer. So layers to that. The other aspect also, when I propose, for example, that influencers or platforms shouldn't profit of disinformation or FIMI, I don't necessarily think that sponsored ads by embassies, for example, should be banned. By all means, like they can totally do that. I just don't think that anybody should be profiting from that exchange. Is that kind of clear? Like I don't think that money should be changing. It's different. So if the China embassy or any embassy, for example, wants to run a sponsored ad on Facebook, I think that one, there should be a clear tag on the Facebook post that one, this is sponsored, two, this is a state-affiliated account. And then second, I don't think that anyone should be earning from that particular post. So that audiences, when they see it, they're able to perceive things for themselves. Yeah.
Should they go to Ad Standards Council?
Yeah, because that sounds like that, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
going to hit on, aren't these things already like global best practices, although self-enforced, right?
Yes, yeah, yeah,
So the
yeah.
question
Not
is,
actually.
platforms do not want to self-enforce these like ad standards because they have to declare if this is a paid ad, paid by
Yeah.
X or Y or Z.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had that for ages. And,
Yes.
and I will shoot a question to you. There is this challenge with social media where we do have the right to private communications, we do have a right to free speech, but there are controls when it comes to things like broadcasting. The problem with social media, that line kind of disappears. I put a Facebook post, I have a few followers, it's just free speech, but if I have 1 million followers, am I now under broadcasting rules? So like, what are your thoughts on that? Because the moment we talk about regulation, we have to draw a line somewhere, right? Is that something that, has been given thought to, particularly in the press?
Not me. But when we talk about broadcast, we're talking about frequencies. No? These are resources that the state owns. No? Can we think the same thing about social media, internet as a utility?
Yeah, if you hit 10 million people,
Perhaps,
isn't that broadcast?
Yeah, because these information, diba, these platforms use internet, which is now a utility. So perhaps there's a scope for regulation to that end. But again, we have to be careful.
Yeah, because that's one of those things that we, think about, that the reason why broadcast has a lot of rules is because of its reach and potential damage, right? If you're talking to one person, the damage is one person. You're talking to 10 million, the damage is
But the
10 million.
broadcast industry is also not monolithic. Of course, they have KBP standards, but one huge network is not part of it. So
Yes,
whether they can
KBP
really enforce the broadcast standards uniformly throughout the industry is also in question.
True, true. So again, more to unwrap. Last question for you before I throw it to the audience. Algorithmic transparency in this age of large language models seems impossible. So like,
Absolutely. That's
so how
just
do we
like
do that?
ideal. It's just ideal, I would say, that there should be some way to compel networks to be transparent about their algorithms, or at least to allow access to researchers, to allow data access to researchers so that independent researchers can study the algorithm. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect also is the funding, because we need funding to be able to do that. For example, in the Philippine context, there is so much worry that the TikTok algorithm does not lend itself to West Philippine Sea content. But I don't think that there has been any research that will actually test that or that will actually qualify that, because I've spoken in an informal manner to various newsrooms, and some newsrooms feel like they get shadow banned on TikTok, but some newsrooms feel that they're able to play the algorithm to get viral West Philippine Sea content on TikTok, but nobody can figure out why or how, because there's no research and there's no funding for research for that.
And there is no transparency as well.
Yes.
Although our Data Privacy Act does have an algorithmic transparency clause, which I think is not enforced. So that is something that's actually already there. Of course, the next steps to fixing that is another question. But before I ask some more questions, because I have a lot to ask, I mean, I'd like to open to the floor if there are any other questions for our awesome panels. Yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Josel de Guzman from Scam Watch Pilipinas. Well, I've been listening intently to your discussion. I would just like to give a comment. The first comment when it comes to platform regulation, I think, of course, we are also having difficulty because disinformation and information are very related to scams. And based on our approach, based on our engagement with these big techs and social media platform, one thing we realize is the mere fact that they don't have an office here is because they don't actually earn from the Philippines. So, so in this aspect, coming from several discussion abroad and locally, I think the best way is what Ivan Uy started, the former DICT secretary, which I don't know if it's still ongoing, is to do what EU did in terms of regulating these platforms by using the regional multilateral strength that we have as a Southeast Asia. Because we cannot just do it alone, even if we combine it, they won't listen to us. That's first. Although their form of cooperation is always reactive, give us the links and we will block them. Okay, but it's not never going to be proactive. So the other comment when it comes to legislation, during the TRICOM, where Congress was so obsessed with disinformation and fake news, they finally got Facebook in the Meta in the Congress. And we were all excited. And the first question that one congressman asked was, why did you take down my post? So in this aspect of when it comes to policies, guidelines, and legislations, I think even our lawmakers, there is a need. Sorry for this, but we are all digitally illiterate. I think there is a need from all government agencies and legislation to basically inform them. That's why people like you are needed to craft these laws. Because if you're going to take them, they will base their laws on the existing issues, not on a strategic level. That's why they're so focused on the content rather than the totality of everything, on the entire ecosystem. Because their concern right now, it's just content. So those are just my 2 cents. Thank you.
And as the Madlang people say, we do it for the content, right? So it's a very dangerous situation also, and I think we've let it run its course by itself without intervention for a while. And whether or not they really profit from the Philippines or not, that's subject to debate though. But it is still, I think, clear that there is some accountability that's needed. So thank you, Giselle, for the comment. Who else? Question? Wow, perfect comprehension, as I do say in class. So as a teacher, there's only 2 things. Naz?
Hi, I'm Carlos Nazareno from democracy.net.ph. So there was the proposal for having social media platforms who have a Philippine presence to be required to put up a Philippine juridical entity. So what about smaller, because when you say social media, it's a very, very broad term. It includes message boards, messaging platforms, etc. What about those that are not profitable yet or don't make money in the Philippines? And if we reciprocate, if the other countries reciprocate, if this is taken to be a best practice, what if somebody makes a startup in the Philippines and each other country will require them to also put up a local juridical entity? It might not be affordable. What are your thoughts on these?
Yep, definitely those things can be ironed out in an IRR. For instance, we can set thresholds on, I don't know, following or revenue or country-specific business. Definitely. Definitely bigger ones should be required to have at least a branch office here, if not a domestic subsidiary, because they get advertising from us, they get their eyeballs from us. So it's only proper that they open a branch or a domestic subsidiary here. However, the draft bill, that's the basis of the anti-fake news bill, going at committee level in the House right now, is a bit obsessed about appointing liaison officers. Not appointing, requiring platforms to appoint liaison officers. And the way I interpret these provisions is that these liaison officers will now be the point person of the legislators that Joseph was talking about earlier, to take down posts that they don't like. So I think medyo myopic the focus of some of our legislators. We have to focus beyond
personal issues, no, image issues that they might be more interested in, and talk more about platform accountability, algorithm, and coordinated disinformation.
So that's basically the concept of very large online platforms, like if they have a large following. What about Wikipedia? It's a social media site, but it doesn't make money from the Philippines. They run on donations.
Sir, you raise a valid points. Kasi the legislation that's going in at committee level at the House and Senate right now only talk about social media, but they don't talk about other sites like encyclopedia sites, or I don't even think they talk about message boards in particular. They only talk about social networks. No? So those really are areas that need to be threshed out at the technical working group level before the bill gets reported out to the plenary. Yeah, this is very messy process. I predict.
So I think next Tuesday ba sa sa House?
Thursday.
Next
Technical
Thursday.
working group
So you can raise
comments.
raise the issue there as well.
Submission.
Just a note though, one of the things that came up as well is the signal ban, right? So for example, Signal does not make money. They don't actually charge. It's more a transparency privacy tool than anything else, like messaging. So how do they have to comply with the law? So there are quite a number of like special cases. Message board platforms versus true social media platforms. Yes po, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Yusik Sara from the DICT. I would just like to comment on the last question. In behalf of the ICT, we actually met with YouTube and Meta separately. And we reiterated and echoed what you mentioned a while ago, that we are insisting or highly recommending that they have a regional office here or a representative, not just a marketing office or a liaison officer. We are also being asked by the legislators for our position papers and our stand on the bills pending before the House and the Senate. And we have publicly stated and written them that we want the representatives in Manila and not just in Southeast Asia, so that they are cognizant of the cultural aspect and the political situation happening right now. Moreover, we have reiterated that we feel strongly about the self-regulation of OSAIC cases, deepfakes, and scams, phishing, identity theft, and the like. Lastly, we are in talks with them, trying to get a memorandum of agreement prior to legislation being passed by Congress and Senate. So we have yet to see how they will react to us. They have told us that they want to cooperate. They have publicly stated in their own platforms as well that they are cooperating with the DICT, but we will see how they react once the memorandum of agreement is on their desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much po, ma'am. There was a question at the back, sir.
Thank you very much. Evan Garcia, retired diplomat. First of all, comment Canada, and my kudos to StratBase for always being at the forefront. So I have a non-technical question. Having heard several presentations on the need for all kinds of coordination and sharing information, it seems that you would need some kind of big tent to put in all the interested parties, particularly with a focus on safeguarding the 2028 elections. Somebody can volunteer to be the facilitator or the convener or something. But the idea of a big tent for all of your concerns, focusing on safeguarding the 2028 elections.
Who would like to take that? But yes, I think that one is, this cycle we're going to start early. I think we have no choice. For 2025, the fake news task force was kicked off a year and a half before the elections. So it is quite top of mind. Although for elections, I just like to remind everybody, because of the Free Elections Act and many of our existing legislation, COMELEC does have substantial powers to regulate and to force platforms to do things that cannot be done on a regular basis, right? So for the stuff we're talking about in the room today, not all of these concerns can be applied. So what worked for the COMELEC may not work for the rest of the country. But yes, we definitely have to come together. I think we did it in UP for the 2025 elections, so we will do it again. So I'm just wearing my PPCRV hat at the moment, yeah. But yes, sir, so that is definitely something that should be done. And even Chairman Garcia and DICT Secretary Henry has also stated that why stop that task force? So actually the task force technically is still running. So the anti-fake news for election-related concerns task force is still there. Because the secretary did say, why just stop at elections? But of course, we hit the problem about we can only enforce for election-related matters because of the laws and regulations we have. All right. All right. Any other questions you guys would like to raise? So I have one more for Regine. So the Filipinos, I would like to think Filipinos are not forgetful. I think they're forgiving, right? So Filipinos are very forgiving. And you know, when there's a problem and 1 year down the road it passes, we'd like to forgive. And there are some other cultures as well. We are very patient, I think it was mentioned a while ago as well. We're very patient, forgiving, and trusting. So my question for Regine is, you did mention some of vulnerabilities in Philippine society, and I just raised a few cultural things. Are these things that, you know, are they researched well? And, you know, how do we get around it that people don't abuse our forgiving nature and our patient nature?
That's a very good question. I honestly think that the forces of information integrity have to get ahead of the emotion game. Because the facts are already on our side. It's just a matter of, and you know what they say, that the best form of our of being able to make that resonate in an emotional way, such that these vulnerabilities or Filipino values like being forgiving, being kind, etc., that these are not weaponized or exploited by other people. So I think we need to shift in some way from a defensive response or posture to disinformation to also kind of having more offense. And I think the Coast Guard, for example, is at the forefront of doing that. The military as well has been very upfront with its pre-bunking efforts, inoculation efforts as well. I think one unexplored aspect is really working actively with micro-influencers, like influencers, for example, who speak Cebuano, who speak different sorts of language groups, to be able to explain to their communities the stance of the Philippine government. I think there could be more creative ways, for example, to go around that. And it does not have to be in the same way that China, for example, does their covert influencer diplomacy. In the Philippine sense, because information integrity is the primary value now that the security sector has been banging on about, any influencer partnerships should be completely above board. And that is what would differentiate us from foreign influence actors. If I were, for example, to have content part with this dog influencer. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of Sachi the Mangingis dog, who is a fisher dog who speaks in Bisaya to explain to certain communities, because you have to get people's hearts, and not just in a way where you play the card of being an underdog, but also the fun card, the humor card. the creative card. A lot of comedians, a lot of creatives, musicians, I think, would be very willing to work with these types of values in mind. So it's just tapping that kind of resource, I think.
Yeah, and a friend and a client once told me, if there's one thing Filipinos are good at, we're very good at drama, right? So we can add a little more drama to that. I mean, truth can be dry, right? So it's really a question of doing better at that. Would you like to add?
Yeah, I agree. I wish Ramria was faster to debunk earlier commentary about
The
its
map,
maps. Because last week I actually wrote Namria asking those questions. And it took them a while to answer that I need to submit. No. I need to submit a more formal letter, include my ID, and then they will give it to the person in charge. And then they didn't answer, and then all of a sudden they had this press release and the JPEG of the administrative map. I mean, if they acted quicker, swifter, maybe they could have debunked that easily instead of allowing that kind of idea to linger that we could not even map our own West Philippine Sea. It's been there since 2012. Right?
Yeah, although Namria, I have my own beef with Namria. They have not updated their publicly available shape files since 2022. So for data scientists like myself, it's a problem. So we still have to carve out Sulu from BARM, and but yeah, right. I mean, these things could have been addressed independently. The information is public after all. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. I think we have no more questions, and maybe if you would, I'd like to get a sense from you guys, like, how bad do you think is the FIMI problem? Like in the range of like 1 out of something. It's like, do you get it often or not so often? Is it only cyclical? Like, what's your sense?
You know, the presentation of Rear Admiral Ong earlier should be an eye-opener for everyone. So he's entirely correct that the FIMI problem is not only at the point of information content, it's also at different levels of society. And to answer your question, yes, we do see a lot of it at different levels: academe, church, civil society, media. So it's a bigger problem than we think it is.
So it's not like limited, but are there studies that show like 1 out of 10 messages is a FIMI message? But we don't have something like that, right?
No, I don't think that we do. But I think a lot more than we think might be FIMI, or not necessarily FIMI, but hybrid. Because once again, because the disinformation economy is a shadow industry that's completely opaque, we don't know who's paying who or what money is which hands exchange money. So I think it's a lot bigger than we think. But I also don't think that it is infallible because as the surveys show, China, for example, is still one of the least trusted countries consistently among Filipinos. So generally, the average Filipino would have a healthy degree of skepticism towards certain narratives. But what they're trying to do is to erode at that skepticism over time. And like I said, I think China has realized that the way to do that is by appealing to people's local political biases. So what we have to do now is fortify against that. And that will be a lot more complicated, I think.
That's hard. Cognitive inoculation, right?
Yes.
It's quite,
yes.
It's difficult. But if that is the case, like you did say it's not intractable, it can still be solved. But is research important, or do we just accept that that's the lay of the land? I'm pretty sure there are like I can't find a better word, sleeper echo chambers, right? These are these were created talking about some topic. It's nothing scandalous, nothing controversial for years or months, and suddenly, when it needs to be used, suddenly spits out all the propaganda. I'm sure those things exist, right?
Not just about China, but maybe perhaps connected to in a broader sense to China. Like for instance, in my feed, talking about feeds, in my feed there's a lot of pseudo history. There's a lot of pseudo history. Like this is what the Philippines was before the Spaniards came, etc., etc. Maybe later on it could be activated to favor one particular country or narrative ideology. So I'm really skeptical about these pages. They have a huge following.
Yeah, there you go. Sleeper echo chambers selling pseudo history. All right. Maybe some last words from our panelists before I let you go.
Um, just another example to jump off of that, I would say, is narratives surrounding Mindanao secession. It is one of those narratives that is, a subject currently of information laundering, as one of the speakers has talked about earlier. We no longer know where it originated from, but data and investigations show that it has also come from Chinese media, social media. And one of the researchers who has been following it has described it as being passed like a volleyball, quote and unquote, between Filipino social media and Chinese social media. And some people in Mindanao actually think that there is a viable secessionist movement that is largely pro-Duterte. Right now, it's not a large security threat. Local government officials are not for a secession if you live in the real world. But if you start electing local officials that have this type of information in their social media diet, who knows what kind of executive decisions they might make at the local level, right? So these are the types of things that we should watch out for, right? The slow erosion of our narratives, and that's precisely why we have to build resilience. One other thing I guess that I would like to add is that I do think to a degree that especially people who work locally with these tech platforms, they would want to see legislation, as the DICT has mentioned. But we have to put those mechanisms in place for us in the Philippines because we should not be left to the whim of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is very vulnerable to their own interests, their own, their own profit and greed, their own profit models and greed, and to the climate of the day in the United States. If it's going to be a democratic government, they will sing that they are very pro-democracy, they will fund all these fact checkers, et cetera, et cetera. And then if that falls apart, then they will not care and pull funding from fact checking. But we have to create mechanisms for us locally that will protect us from that. And hopefully that is what any solutions that we come up with in terms of policy making, etc., will consider.
Awesome.
Maybe I just would like to say I'm really encouraged by this group. Stayed here for 2 days to talk about FIMI, and encourages me a lot that there's a core group of people interested in FIMI issues. Thank you to StratBase for assembling this group. I just hope there will be no friendly or a little bit less friendly fire on the policy front. Yun lang ang concern. That's our concern in journalism. That all of those policy and legislative measures on the table being discussed right now don't result in undue curtailment of speech and legit journalism.
Weakening of journalism.
Yun lang. Otherwise, we're all for regulation of platforms and disinformation networks.
All right, and that is it for our panel. So thank you very much to our speakers, and thank you very much to StratBase for inviting us as well. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yu, for leading that excellent discussion. Professor Manhit, Ambassador Hartman, please come up for the photo. We started today talking about how foreign threat actors manipulate our information environment. And I think what this last panel showed is it's really not just external. I think I think it's becoming clear at this point that FIMI works because the operators exploit the existing fractures in our institutions, in our media ecosystem, and in our laws. So thank you, panelists, for shining on that. And finally, come to the tail end of the program. To close today's forum, I'm going to call on the president of Strat-Based Institute, Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit, for his closing remarks. Oh, you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to deliver a different closing remarks and to share what we have tracked this past few years, because we've been tracking FIMI and even fighting FIMI in Strat-Based. We are not just a think tank in Strat-Based. Over the last 2 days, we confronted a reality that we could no longer be ignored. The Philippines and even the broader Indo-Pacific are facing a war we cannot see. A conflict fought in the mind, in the digital space, and across every domain where power and perception intersect. It is a war without borders, waged through narratives, technologies, influence networks that I will share later, that seek to undermine our sovereignty and manipulate our people. The Institute has long emphasized that the Philippines occupies a critical position in the Indo-Pacific, and what reverberates within our domestic context affects the broader region, and developments in the region, and inevitably shape outcomes in the Philippines. We are familiar with disinformation and misinformation on social media, but an even greater challenge looms, as we have discussed it this afternoon, specifically foreign interference and malign influence, operating in the same space, deliberately external agendas. This is not random, where physical operations and informational campaigns move in lockstep to secure strategic narrative superiority. I speak of 4 Ds of disinformation. And we have seen this since 2016, even in the fight against the drug war. They dismiss you, they distort the fact, they distract, and they even try to deny that these things exist, like the West Philippine Sea does not exist, even though the fisher folks knows it exists. And now they even try to dismay us. It is designed to erode public trust, spark division, exhaust public confidence, and make resistance seem futile. The war in social media we have tracked since 2016 in Strat-Based quarterly, from zero impact in terms of shaping news in our country, shaping actions beyond the news. We have seen it reach after the 2025 election to 74%. No. A majority of Philippines, I'll just give an example that it is designed to erode public trust, to spark division. Can you imagine? Is our country divided when 9 out of 10 Filipinos wanted President Marcos in July 2022 to assert our rights in the West Philippine Sea? Is that divided? That's not divided. But how come people project that there's division? And that division is actually, thank you for raising Mindanao regime, because the division always comes from Mindanao in our survey data. Not because it's the Mindanaoan people, but maybe there are influence operations in the Mindanao Island. Like our recently commissioned Pulse Asia survey reveals a difficult reality. A majority of Filipinos perceive corruption in government as prevalent. I think we have heard of the noise of the flood control. 59% express concern over controlling inflation. 48% call for stronger action against corruption. These concerns are legitimate feelings of the Filipino people, but they also create vulnerabilities. Public frustration shapes discourse, influence behavior. More dangerously, it opens gaps that can be exploited to undermine the credibility of our democratic institutions. Terms like RevGo, when can they be an option? People that cannot be even elected as barangay captains are endorsing it. Welcome to my plain languages. This fuels polarization, it normalizes mistrust, it weaponizes virality and perception to bring destabilizing objectives closer within reach. We have seen this happen in our political landscape as presented in our data analytics. So we're the only think tank that has data analytics. No. I think this was what period? Right after SONA. Flood control was discussed. And November 30, the big rally that did not become big. Who uses Twitter in the Philippines? Who tweets? No one. Less than 1%. How come they dominate political discourse? Or maybe it's a tweet from China, creating division. Shared in Facebook and in YouTube, which is a dominant platform in our country. We saw this also after the arrest of President Duterte. I'm telling too much about strat-based operation. It shaped the 2025 election. It shaped the 2025 election. Those 3 weeks that our government failed to defend the arrest that they ordered shaped it. And what the administration slate did, avoid Mindanao. For those who know me well, you all know I ran campaigns in the past. I should have fired the campaign team as early as April 1, because it could have been saved in April 1. Imagine that. And suddenly, the president's performance rating went down also. Again, where did it all emanate? And there was a third-party study on this by Reuters. Tweets. Another set of tweets coming from outside the country, because there's nobody tweeted here. When you look at the profiles, tweets. So I wanted to show this because, as I've said, these growing concerns are precisely what foreign actors exploit. Social issues, political issues in our country, and FIMI amplifies societal frustrations, reframes them, distorts them, transforming legitimate grievances into tools of manipulation. Foreign interference moves at digital speed, democratic institutions respond at procedural speed, and in that gap, perception becomes reality. In the Philippines, China employs coordinated networks. What Admiral Rommel Ong presented is something that we have published in Stratbase, because he works with us in this issue, but we like him to have this cover of Ateneo. It would look like an academic exercise. But we need to raise this issue. Just like Ateneo has Confucius Institute. Oops. We will talk about malign influence. Oops, I saw some Ateneo graduates here. Like my friend, Dr. We have observed a network of associations. I told my staff when I was preparing for these closing remarks, in my battle for West Philippine Sea, I have seen how the Filipino-Chinese business community avoided pictures with the Chinese embassy until this past few weeks. That is aggressive for me. When we filed 2013, I knew They had to fall in line and say, "We are with you, Secretary Albert Rosario." So what's the difference now? I'm just being naughty. Because I remember them asking, even through me, if I can set a meeting. But having them, pictures of them. So we will see. We will see in the next 2 years. No? Think tanks, study centers. I promise you, when you look at the SEC, they might not even be registered. Or their headquarters are in their homes. Suddenly coming up. I just joke my team, at least Stratbase has given them employment. Because they need to exist to counter us this past few years. I have names of all of them, but I don't like to share it here. We can have private briefing. Through both traditional and digital channels, particularly state-controlled media, these networks have become vehicles for shaping the narrative. Behind the messaging lines, an interconnected ecosystem, networks of thought leaders. Sorry, I will not tell you again the names, but we have the names. And I presented this to the AFP. I presented this to Congress under the previous leadership because they were more serious in running after them. I've even presented vloggers, a bigger number of bloggers that Congress used in their inquiry. That is shared through different Facebook pages. That's why when Regine mentioned earlier, as if we spoke about my closing and her presentation. It's interconnected. Proto-30 forces and anti-China, anti-West Philippine Sea forces. That's why I always say an even greater threat comes from those within our own society who amplify pro-China messaging, often without transparency. We must look beyond the slogans and claims of being pro-Filipino. Can you imagine? We're just pro-Filipino. That's why we don't like us to choose between the Western allies and the Philippines. That's why I call it the war we do not see. It is a shadow campaign. This is my working theory. That targets Filipino media networks, key thought leaders, and influencers through coordinated cyber troops, trolling them, using bots, amplifying pro-Chinese narratives, and subtly shaping public discourse. And we've been feeling that in Stratbase since 2016. Some bloggers even said, I coordinated the kidnapping of President Duterte to the ICC because I'm the CIA station chief. Maybe I am. Can you imagine? And that is not even in the blog. It's in a column in a newspaper. Shared through bloggers. So as we approach 2028, we must ensure that we choose leaders capable of navigating uncertainty, protecting our sovereign interests, and guiding the nation through rapid geopolitical and technological change. Every Wednesday, I write this column, spoke about it yesterday morning, and I said this goes beyond countering what China is doing to capture the hearts and minds of this malleable enough to believe its propaganda. We envision our country emerging as a secure and resilient digital archipelago where technology drives economic growth, strengthens democratic institutions, and enhancing national security. Achieving a resilient defense posture requires integration, collaboration, and capability. I was asked by the AFP when I presented, how do you fight this? I said, they have trolls, we should have trolls. We'll call them democracy warriors. That sounds better. They have this network, we build our own network. That's the only way. If nobody will start that, I know Stratbase will for 2028. We are committed to that. Our national defense strategy must now include information integrity and cyber resilience. the central pillars of national security. This effort demands collective engagement. Government is key, the private sector. I cannot afford data analytics if not for the help of the private sector. It's a very expensive tracking. But the private sector, since 2014, has been the strength of StratBase. They have funded all our operations, even at the height of the pro-China or appeasing China stance of the previous administration. The only request is don't mention them. So I call them the private sector. That's why we're here in Manila Polo, the private sector also. But my simple point is we need to fight this war. We need to win this war. And just bringing people together for the past 2 days give us high hope. Election has started. That's why I keep on stepping out. You know, for some of you, I'm a political analyst. It's my summer job every election. So people kept on asking me, that's why I step out for interview. Of course, I've been holding myself by saying that we need to win this war because the 2028 will be shaped. Our future will be shaped by all this disinformation, but we can still counter it. Again, thank you all for participating for the past 2 days.
Thank you so much, Professor Dindo Manhit, founder of StratBase Institute, part-time campaign strategist, part-time CIA station chief. I'm just joking, by the way, don't quote me. I'm just joking. So yesterday, just to quickly sum it up, yesterday we asked the question, are we secure? Today, I think we asked the question, are we resilient? And I think after having heard everyone, I think the answer is honestly not 100% yet. But also, and this is a big but, the fact that there are so many of us in this room, as Professor Manhit alluded to, the fact that we're all here in this room having these conversations is in itself part of the answer. So keep talking, keep sharing ideas, keep discussing these issues openly, and the hope is that these conversations will, ultimately guide our collective efforts towards a resilient, transparent, secure Indo-Pacific. My sincerest gratitude to everyone for staying throughout these 2 days. Here's to stronger partnerships in a digital future built on truth and trust. Once again, my name is Regina Lay. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a wonderful rest of the afternoon.